Hello, travelers and exiles. Welcome to the prep session for the Last Epoch Season 2 Tombs of the Erased podcast with Judd, Ross, and Karv. It starts in 57 minutes, 47 seconds. I figured we would just start a little bit early today to make sure everything was finalized and just to make sure there are no technical errors on my end. So, yeah. Welcome in, everybody. Hey, Maruk. Hey, Tuloth. What's happening? I'm also quite excited. Hey, Valatis. Hey, Dree Hellsworth. I'm excited. I'm also incredibly nervous. Will not lie to you all. I'm just a little frazzled, but it's gonna be a really fun time. Hey, Lone Legionnaire, what's going on, dude? Hey, Matt12143, what's happening? How's everybody doing today? Oh, these guys are incredibly nice. Yeah. No, nothing wrong with the Last Epoch devs. They are phenomenal. This is an awesome opportunity. I'm glad we could collaborate. As many of you know, I have not played nearly as much Last Epoch as other ARPGs like Path of Exile 1 or 2, but I have played, I think, around 150 hours. So I am casual, okay? I don't have the firmest grasp on all the mechanics, and with this season they are essentially relaunching the game. There's so many system changes, so many changes to end game, so many additions. So basically like a brand new game. I feel like I've said that a lot lately. Hey, Mean Panther. Hey, Tuloth. Sir Gog had a phenomenal video earlier today. Phenomenal video from Sir Gog. Could not agree with the dude more. No matter what some people say. Should I jump into PoE 2's new update? Yeah, definitely. I've enjoyed it greatly. We also get patch notes on the 11th. Can't wait to see the Heartseeker stuff. Yeah, so everyone, just if you're not aware of the topic of today's podcast,
something.
It is itemization, although I do have a few other questions, like a couple other questions that are just for myself that we'll probably lead with. But yeah, heavily focused around itemization today, which is one of the most important parts of an ARPG, and I'd reckon that Last Epoch has done a phenomenal job thus far. And with Season 2, well, a lot more stuff is coming in. Hey, Bogus Sauce, dude. Thanks for the sub. 5 months in a row. Appreciate it, dude. Schmo360. Thank you for the sub as well. Appreciate the prime, dude. The premiere is now and the interview is in an hour. Yep, the interview is, I got the timer in the bottom right-hand corner. Of course I plan on playing Season 2. I actually have the day Season 2 launches off. So we'll be blasting, and it launches kind of early in the day for me. I think it's 12 p.m. my time, which is even better. So I won't be just zonked. Oh, no, thank you. Thank you. Let me send that tweet out. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it, Omega Cybers. And I'll post the Twitch stream. Go. Ah, that's me. I have myself open. Oh god. That's not good. All right. Let's see. I just want to test to make sure that the what is it? The studio mode works as I think it does, because there's 3 of them. So I want to get them all set up off stream. Mike is not today. Mike is next week with Aaron and Frosty. Mike will be next week. Twitch drops are not on for Last Epoch. No, they don't start until launch day. Okay, I'm going to test something here, Exiles and Travelers. We're going to do layout studio mode. Okay. So if I go to this. I'm gonna go to waiting, and we're gonna see if it works. Okay. This. And now you should see me, yeah? Hopefully you see me. Yeah, you see me. Okay, we're good, okay? The technical, I'm a pro at this, guys. Seriously, a total pro. No, there's no jank going on here. This is a professionally run deal, okay? Don't worry about it. We got it. We got it good. All right, exiles. All right, travelers. I gotta welcome in everybody. We've got exiles, we've got travelers, we've got, I don't know. Are those the only two things we got? I think so. Okay. I slowly get the hang of it. I mean, it's taken time, all right? Oh, goodness. We got the YouTube chat. YouTube, we working? Want to make sure YouTube's working as well. Hey, Try, how long is the interview scheduled for? I believe we have at maximum 2 hours. Okay, so between 1 and 2 hours. You know, maybe if we blast through everything, it'll be 2 hours. If we take a little bit longer, it'll be, wait, we blast through everything, maybe it'll be an hour. Maybe it'll be 2 hours. We'll have to see. So, we'll see. You loved my video yesterday? I only read the top few comments on it. I did not want to look at any more comments on it. But yeah. Yep. That's pretty much all I really want to talk about it anymore. Was about to go to bed, but I saw you were live with this interview. Can't sleep now. Okay, well, it might be a 2-hour interview, so you might be here for another 3 hours. So maybe you want to go to sleep? Maybe that might be a good idea. How did I like EHG Hype Week post? It's pretty crazy. Yeah, the one from yesterday and today, both were really good. Yep. I can say we might be delving deeper into some of those items from yesterday. And there will be some surprises, okay? There will be some interesting stuff we have not seen before. Who knows? Karv might just go completely off the rails and steal the screen again. I'm not sure if that's going to happen or not. But I'm kind of ready for it. You know, I think I know how to properly do it in Discord, how to like share his screen. Oh gosh, now I'm freaking out. Oh gosh. The channel will go up. Ooh, the interview will go up on the channel after. Yes. Yep. I'll upload the VOD tomorrow. Plus, if you want to watch the uncut VOD, it'll be there right after. But I'm going to cut it all together into a nice little crisp 1 to 2 hour podcast, and I'll put it up on the channel. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. It's okay, Mark. It'll be available after. Okay. I will let Karv cook. Guys. More so than ever before. I mean, I try not to talk a lot in my podcasts and my interviews and the like. I am going to try to shut up and let them spill the beans on everything as much as possible. Yes, and I do know, everybody, there is another interview that begins about an hour into this one, maybe a little bit sooner, maybe a little later. Yep, it's okay. It was just coincidence, guys. I'm extremely talkative, but I'm going to do my best to shut up. Don't worry, guys. So after this interview ends, we'll be talking about it a little bit, and we will be going and constantly and watching the other interview after. Butts? Oh, Nepocrates, hold on to your butts, bro. Thanks for the $10, dude. Thanks for all you do. I appreciate it, man. No, I see YouTube chat. Sometimes it does bug out. Surfing it. Man, I've read your name a lot in the past week, but I don't think I've ever pronounced it. Hey, Legendary Berry. No, whoa. Let's not have YouTube chat fight Twitch chat, you guys. Come on. Twitch chat was pitting YouTube chat against, YouTube chat all the time. We are one chat. Let's just say our chat, okay? We're all the dinosaurs in the herd together, Both chats, they form a herd. We're chill. When is the Ziz interview with GGG? It's 1. It's surfing, my bro. Surfing it. I read surfing it, but okay, surfing. I'll remember. It's 1 hour after the start of this Last Epoch interview. Yes, I will be interviewing Judd, the founder and game director of Last Epoch, who started the studio via Reddit, by the way. Pretty crazy. Ross, who is the creative designer, who I've only seen in a few interviews, so this will be interesting chatting with him. And Karv, who used to be a content creator for ARPGs like PoE, and then he moved to the Last Epoch team and has been a game designer there. And he is known to go off the rails and spill all the beans in interviews. So, might happen here too. Yeah, Ross is the creative director. No, I think Ross is the creative director on Last Epoch. Pretty sure that's the official title. Maybe I'm wrong. Last Epoch, before or after PoE 1, the Last Epoch interview is first, and I will be conducting it. And after, we'll watch the GGG one. I like bean spilling too. And this is like, I mean, I am going to, everyone, I'm going to be the curious idiot. Because I am a noob when it comes to LE. And I know a lot of you are probably noobs when it comes to LE, but you should definitely check it out once the season drops in 2 weeks. It's going to be super, super fun. You're tuning in? Awesome. Cool. Over under on the Karv leaks. Well, I don't know. He might not go berserk and steal my screen. It's possible, but there's no promises here. It could just be, me asking my list of questions, them giving very straight to the point answers, and we're in and out of here in 8 minutes. Okay? Possible. Really possible. Hey, Eric, I did watch the Surgog video. In fact, he shared it with me beforehand and a few other creators just to, say, like, what do you guys think about this? And I thought the Surgog video was phenomenal, and it applies to literally the entire gaming space. If this stream was not solely focused on the interview and the lead up, and we only have, 40 minutes, I would watch it on stream, but that's not for today. Maybe another day. Yeah, I got a great amount of subs on the launch stream for Dawn. The actual interview isn't. I'll make this bigger.
Makes the whole complete.
Here you go. 42 minutes is when it starts. I assume I'll probably do prep a little bit before then. Am I nervous? I am extremely nervous. Yes. Maruk, man, thanks for the 1 community gifted sub, dude. I appreciate it. There are 0 PoE 2 questions. There are 0 PoE 2 questions. I'll be upfront about that. I don't want to feed the tribalism fire, so I'm not going to. I think when it was about D4 and PoE, I feel like that was more memey. I think people might disagree, but I thought that was more like, oh, jokey, oh, D4 bet, right? Play PoE instead. But with the whole Last Epoch PoE 2 thing, I think a lot of people want games to fail, and I don't think the developers want that. I don't think a lot of people actually want that, but there are, there's about a lot of loudness in the community about it, so I shall not be pushing that on forward. Oh, the group has been made. Here we go. The group has been made. All right, share this with your friends, guys. Let them know that we are talking about Last Epoch Season 2, Tombs of the Wraiths today. Yep, this is all about Ellie. Is it tribalism? Yeah, but this is going to be focused on Last Epoch and all the awesome stuff that they're doing. They're doing a bunch of cool things. Things that can be understood by dummies like me. Things that are awesome for the Omega. What do we want to call them? I mean, I am a sweat, so I can call them sweats, right? The Omega sweats, Sometimes I'm a sweat, I just sit down and I blast for endless sessions. They're adding a bunch of stuff. We'll probably watch the actual trailer for Season 2 in a few minutes after we let a few more people pop on in. This interview will likely intersect with the PoE 2 interview. It's very likely. But you can always watch both. You should totally watch this one. I may be a little bit biased since I am hosting this one. Okay. I mean, that would have, okay, the only reason I would have mentioned PoE 2 in the interview is I'm like, Judd, I could have put up a Last Epoch sign right there. I don't have a Last Epoch sign. Where's the merch, Judd? Where is my Last Epoch merch? Which actually is one of my questions. So, asking about a merch store. Gonna see if that's a possibility at any point in the near to midterm future. WASD is going to be in Last Epoch. They have a beta version coming out in Season 2. It won't be fully ready to go. It's going to be a beta version, so there will be bugs, but it will be playable, which is pretty awesome. Hey, Rubenair. Yeah, I hope the interview goes well, too. Yeah, the vibes here are going to be good, guys. I expect the vibes to be really good. These guys are really excited about what they're talking about. I'm excited as well. It's going to be a good one. Am I taking community questions? There is a chance that there is a Q&A at the end, but we'll see. I'll be watching the Discord, and if they have time for a Q&A, then we'll ask for some community questions. But I already have a set of questions, mostly focused around itemization, that I will be talking about today. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'm excited for the WASD as well. Yeah, they've got some MTX. There's a lot of crafting, guys. There's a decent chunk of crafting in Last Epoch already, and with Tombs of the Erased, well, that's only going up. I believe controller support is not currently in the list of questions, but if we have time for Q&A, I'll try to slip it in there, although I believe they have already been asked about that, and they're just working on it. Yes, the update is free, but Last Epoch is a buy-to-play game. You have to purchase it once for $35, and then you can play as many times as you want. And you don't have to buy stash tabs or anything. Those are just in the game. But it goes on sale a lot, too, on Steam. Like 20% off. So... Jiggle physics in the chat already? Are you guys kidding? What's going on? Big don't make me turn the car around energy in the last upload. Was I channeling disappointed father energy? Maybe. Some people were saying I was being disingenuous. I can't. It's the reason I only read like 10 comments on the video. Does crafting exist? So, Judd, Ross, Karv, do you have crafting in your game? And then just let them go off for 3 hours? I'll just be like, yeah, great, yep. Except I won't, because no positive affirmations. Oh my gosh. No positive affirmations. I've removed all pens from a 10-foot radius, okay? There's no pens, so there's no clicking. Clicking will not happen. Embrace the engagement. Yeah, I don't know, dudes. Wooly's video on Bleed is amazing. Yeah, I love Wooly's content. He's pretty high energy, pretty cool. How did you get an interview? Don't you leak information to your boss? I just said, hey, you wanna come on? I've got a lot of people who play Path of Exile 2 who watch my channel. You know, they would probably watch this interview. Yo, Bina QC with the raid with 76 viewers. Thank you so much. How you doing, man? Hey, Bretson, what's going on, dude? Sorry, I'm sure this was already asked, but are you planning to play Last Epoch to endgame, like go for Pinnacle Flight? I am going to. So one of the only non-itemization related questions, and it is somewhat of a repeat question, and they have already talked about this. I just want them to go in to the end game experience and what their goal really was there, because that's why me and many others bounced from the game in season 1, I think, and initial launch, and they've done so many improvements there. I'd love to see them highlight what those improvements are from their POV. Thank you, Vina. Yeah, I'm pretty hyped as well. Thank you. I appreciate it. My boss actually told me today that I appeared in a Quinn69 video, and that Quinn read one of my tweets. He said that it wasn't a negative appearance, so that's good, but I can't. Aberrath is way better than Arbiter. I have seen the Aberrath fight. I've seen it, but not ethically. I saw somebody do it with a bleed build where they just ran off screen constantly. I think it was a Falconer. And they were just bleeding Aberrath to death, and it it was an unfortunate fight, but I've talked to Aaron, and Aaron is like, this fight is absolutely cracked, and I have not seen the full fight ever. So when I'm able to reach Aberrath, it's going to be blind. I love Quinn. I love Quinn. He's hilarious. Funniest videos, in my opinion, about, you know, actual games. I think he's great. And he's a family dude. I know he puts on a pretty big act for the camera, but I think he's actually a good father. So Aberrath is a hectic fight. Oh my gosh. See, and I mix up Aberrath and Aberrath. Oh, no. No. It's okay, try. He won't show up with them up. I seriously, I watched Quinn. I've been watching Quinn for like 4 or 5 years. Ever since his Chris Wilson interview at ExileCon, I was like, wow, that's pretty funny. All right. I think we're going to watch the trailer at the 30-minute mark just to get everybody a little beefed up about it. All right, we've got Karv. Karv is alive in the chat. Can I tip my hat? No. Do I have any cool emojis that I can send them? I don't actually have many cool emojis. This is pretty sad. I wish I had some cool emojis. Oh, I can do a salute. There you go. Saluting Karv. Hey, Kalterak, what's going on? You haven't played Last Epoch yet, but excited for this interview. Well, that is the goal. All you non-Last Epoch players, we are going to convert you into Last Epoch players. It's happening. It's happening, you guys. You got to give it a go. All right? Yep. I have read the blog posts from earlier. Yep. I think I'm going to play the reworked Sentinel and not Druid, because I really want to go for a weighty style class. And I might do a two-hander with a shield. That sounds really fun. So we'll see. The Werebear Tornado build that Aaron has popularized looks wild. How many hours on the reel? About 150 hours in Last Epoch. Oh, did Dread make the tornado? Oh, okay. Sorry. See, this is me. Yes, Dread made the tornado one, and I think was it Aaron the lightning one? Oh, I'm sorry. Also, yeah, I'm gonna be chatting with Dread 2 days before the launch of Last Epoch Season 2. He's one of the Last Epoch creators that I watched an absolute ton and haven't chatted with yet, so that'll be super fun. I think a lot of people who play Last Epoch will really like that. Okay, let's get that trailer up. Let's show you guys what's I just moved something. Let's show you guys what's coming in Tombs of the Erased. Oh, they just put up the supporter pack stuff. Okay, we can check that out too. Okay. All right, we got some good MTX stuff to take a look at. Okay. All right, we're gonna do the trailer first, people. Desktop. We're good. Okay. This is a hype trailer. Look at that. 2.9 million views. That's pretty awesome, isn't it? Okay, here we go.
You've come to the right place, traveler. And in this time, you can share in her embrace.
Oh, this is what I'm excited for. You wanted crafting, guys? You wanted crafting?
Rejoice, traveler. We've prepared a silken tomb for you, woven with golden strands, that even you cannot break. Join us, traveler.
Pretty badass, is it not? So, GGG has been cooking this update for 9 months. They are packing a ton into it. And there have been other interviews on the Tour of the Erased with Zizarin, Rax, Gazzy, myself, and then Aaron and Frosty next week. This week, we're talking about itemization, you guys. We're going to focus on, perhaps woven echoes. Maybe there will be some unique items thrown in there. Maybe some other surprises. We'll just have to see. I literally don't know. I have questions. And I presume they have answers. And they've gone off the rails in other podcasts. We'll just see if I can prod them enough to see if they go off the rails again. But I've played Last Epoch multiple times, and usually where I bounce off is endgame. And I don't know if you guys saw there, but they're essentially inserting like a bunch of custom maps into the game with special objectives and rewards and crafting opportunities called Woven Echoes. Those look extremely cool. That's what I'm hyped about. Oh, I like that sort of stuff. So for all of you who had not seen that before, very awesome. Last Epoch does have co-op. All right, we've got some new supporter packs too. People want to see the MTX. Exiles want the MTX. Oh my, oh my. There's 4 different videos. 4 different videos. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right, guys. Let's check out the MTX. This is the first pack. Yo, that sword looks cool. I like the sword better. Oh, that's a cute little effect. That's good. That's a better effect. This is the best. This, hands down. Look at that pack capybara. All right, so that's T1. All right. What are we talking? We talking 20 bucks? We talking 30 bucks? Here too. Whoa. Okay. Okay, that's a cool armor set. That's a big ass hammer. I like hammers. Cool too. Okay. And then the ones from the other pack. We're gonna replay through them for one reason. What's that reason? Come on, travelers, what do we want to see? The capybara. right. Oh. And there's this one. All right. All right, we got wings and a tail. Okay, that armor set is sick. I like that portal. I like that portal. And then the ones from the other set. But I'm actually just going to skip through to the most important one. This one. Definitely the capybara. Oh. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a lot. 200 Last Epoch points? Okay, and the last tier. Last tier. That's a lot. They are putting a bunch of what the? I think, is this like a yearly pack sort of thing? What's going on here? What? That's a lot, guys. Okay. Okay, those wings are cool. They're actually not that egregious, which is I'm a fan of. Oh, crap. No way, dude. Can I do the seismic evade? That would be too much. That'd be too much. Oh. Okay. Okay. And then the rest. And once again, what do we do? What do we do? Capybara. Capybara. All right. Pretty cool supporter packs. I love this portal. I love the capybara. And I'm a big fan of these wings and the giant ass hammer. Those are pretty cool. Those are pretty awesome. So, travelers, are you okay with me, instead of asking all of these gameplay and itemization related questions, just asking about the MTX and what went into the capybara pick, and maybe we just discuss that for, I don't know, 45, 50 minutes? Could do that instead. Like, I wouldn't be opposed to doing that. Like, only capybara questions. I mean, I could swap out the first question I have, which is an actual, you know, icebreaker question, kind of, into a capybara why? Because I know it's some sort of meme, right? People were asking for a capybara. Oh, the capybara's name. Okay. Hey, Sashiro, what's happening? Right. Super secret stuff going on. Super secret stuff I can't tell you guys about. Oh my God. Oh. Oh, I gotta chill. I gotta chill. Oh my God. Oh, okay. I gotta control myself. I gotta control myself. Ooh, that's spicy. Here we go. Oh, I gathered questions from the community a little while back, and I inserted some of my own. So it's going to be an interesting one, everybody. I just have to make sure I know how to do certain things. All right. If there are minor technical hiccups, it is totally on me. I won't. There's no excuses. I will try to make everything go as smoothly as possible, but there just might be a few, technical hiccups as I try to, resize the, the usual. Okay, people who watch my stream see me struggle with that all the time. So I suppose I could just blame it on the capybara. It's probably a good idea. Ooh, this is exciting. Oh. Omega Cybers. I don't know if I want to do that. There's no need. Oh, you already did it, Omega Cybers. Yeah, if you okay. So we'll do a shameless plug. If you want to end, if this interview makes you want to buy Last Epoch, 100% buy it through a Creators Nexus store. That can be myself, that can be Gazzy, that can be, Zizarin, Aaron, All Trades Jack. I think he has a Nexus store. Any of these creators, if you buy it through the Nexus store, they get a cut of the revenue. I think it goes to them instead of Steam. So instead of Steam getting a larger cut, creators get a larger cut. So if you are a Path of Exile player, some random person who stumbled upon this stream and you want to buy Last Epoch after it, try to buy it on Nexus. Pretty awesome. Okay. Should we start running ads, Omega Cybers, or are you already running ads on Twitch? It looks like you already started running ads. We're going to try to run as many ads as possible on Twitch so there's no interruptions during the podcast. Yeah, Nexus shout out. Just support a creator, you guys. Hey, Photon, what's going on? Yeah, we're doing as many ads as possible, everybody.
This? A real challenge. You've finally caught my attention.
Hey, the Muffin Man. Thank you so much for the sub, dude. Thanks for the T1. Okay, yeah. Do I add in a capybara question? Oh, that is it? No. YouTube slacking on ads? Well, YouTube is I have it set to conservative. So hopefully there's very few YouTube ads for you guys. Okay. Ask the capybara's name. Okay. You feel like ads should be off right now? Yeah, we're going to run as many ads as possible so that they're not interrupted. I don't think I can really turn ads off willy-nilly. I mean, maybe I can. Like I said, I'm not the most knowledgeable about it. Okay. All right, let's see. Another Discord message. All right. Okay. I am going to go use the restroom very quickly. And yes, I'm going to wash my hands. And then we're going to get it all set up. You guys? All right. So I'll be right back. Okay. Okay. Gonna go silent for a little bit, where you will be setting up everything. Okay? Don't leave. Don't leave, travelers. We'll be back in a few minutes, and I think when we'll be back, we'll have a few guests. You guests from the end of time. See you in but a moment. Where's setup? I gotta get my water bottles on the floor. Don't need any more water for the rest of this. All right. Bye-bye.
Hello, hello.
All right. Judd, Ross, Karv, let's start with you, Judd. Quick sound check.
Yep. Test. Can you guys hear me? Testing.
How was it? Judd, good? Did I do an okay job? Can hear Judd. Judd is good. All right. You're good. All right. Ross, let's do you one more time.
Hello, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Was he a little quiet? He's good? Little low? Let me adjust you a little bit, Ross. I got you on my end.
Nice.
All right. All right. Go one more time, Ross.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Better? Everybody's listening to your voice very intently. You're good? All right, Karv. We saved the leaker for last. Let's go.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Hello. Test. Torille, is this working?
Karv the goat is good. Karv better behave. Yeah. All right. I think we're good to go, everybody. I'll do the silly intro and we can hop right into it. Goodbye, chat. It was nice knowing you. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Greetings and welcome, travelers, to a very special episode of the Still Sane podcast. I am here with the amazing team behind Last Epoch, Season 2, Tombs of the Erased, to talk all about this latest update coming to the game. It has been 9 months. They have been cooking, and I thought it would be an awesome way to introduce all of you and to just break the ice if all of you could talk about your single favorite feature that is coming in Tombs of the Erased. What are you most excited for? Can we start with Judd? Let's start with you, man.
For sure. Yeah, we have a lot of heavy hitters coming in Season 2 in this regard. I'll speak to one that I'm personally really excited about that might not get a lot of coverage elsewhere in the conversation. So for Gamepad, we've actually updated every single skill's targeting logic across the game, and they're just way more intuitive to how you'd want them to play. So, for example, if you were playing Ballista in the past, it would be that you would, if you were focusing on an enemy, it would actually summon the Ballista on top of the targeted enemy, which would aggro the enemy and probably surrounding enemies, and they'd swarm your Ballista and pretty quickly dispatch it and kill it. And that's not exactly how you'd want Ballista to be played. With the update, we've made it to where even if you're focused on a target enemy, it'll act more appropriately, where it'll cast it to the side or outside of the group of monsters, which is a way better situation for Ballista. We've also updated all the mutations of skills, so anything inside the skill trees that actually might change the targeting logic or more desirably have the target logic change. For example, things like Atera's Blessing, there's a node called Purge, which cleanses ailments off of allies. And with the update, if you do have an ally that has an ailment on it, Purge and Atera's Blessing will prioritize healing that character instead. Those are just a couple examples. Every single skill in the game has gone through this treatment and been touched. And there's also, we've updated it to have some target memory as well. So, for example, if you're a ranged character, imagine that you're a mage and you're casting Fireball. Previously, it would be that if you're casting Fireball at an enemy a couple times, they start to chase you, you start to kite it, you start to run in the other direction. What you would previously have to do is flick your joystick to the left, run away, then you have to flick it back to the right and start to, sling the spell again and flick it back to the left. In the update, we will memorize the target in which you were casting the spell at previously. And as long as there's not a new target recognized in the direction that you're facing with the gamepad, it'll just quickly turn around and cast the spell at that previous enemy, which makes it just way more fluid. And so a lot of really great gamepad updates coming in season 2. There's even more changes to support this, like the inventory management updates that we have coming. And there's a lot more updates that we have coming for gamepad in future seasons as well that are already well underway. And remember, if you guys like playing on gamepad, it is something that you're able to hot swap to from keyboard and mouse, which is just a real cool feature to have.
That's really exciting. I know a lot of people love the options, and there's a lot of, I think like older gamers too that really like the ease that gamepad provides. So that's awesome that you guys
Yes.
focused on that, man.
Yes.
It's very cool. All right. Oh, yep. Hands raised right now. Yeah. So,
Oh no,
Ross,
yeah, that was me indicating the RSI that you get from
definitely.
playing these
Oh
games.
yeah. I think half our team has terrible carpal tunnel from picking up a whole lot of loot over the years.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mostly play with gamepad just due to that.
100%. All right,
Yeah.
Ross, what are you looking forward to, man?
Yeah, personally, I'm most excited for the procedurally generated tomb and cemetery side zones that we've added. In Season 2, there are a few features that would be developed specifically for long-term use, and this is one of those. What we've built allows the studio to both release new content faster and improve existing content. For example, let's just say in future seasons we add new areas that are tied to seasonal mechanics, or we want to improve existing areas like dungeons or base monolith echoes. The new system we've worked on enables to do that a lot faster than previously. Specifically in relation to Season 2, though, we haven't had side zones in Endgame before, and tombs are really the starting point for all of the new Endgame content that we've added. These new zones feel good in terms of not being too large, not being too small. There's no loading screens when going back and forth. We've got new enemies, bosses, and rewards with them as well. With the extra time we've had, we've actually made some solid last-minute improvements here too, like
Ooh.
rotating the layouts to navigate areas better with WASD movement, which we're also adding this season. So basically, you're always traveling in a direction that's comfortable for WASD in terms of the exits and entrances from areas. That sounds like a small thing, but it's great if you're using that control scheme. Note that future zones there will be built with this in mind. We're likely to revisit older content too in this regard as well. But yeah, for me, looking forward to playing all the content this season, but the procedural generation system has me the most excited for, the future development of the game.
The WASD change sounds big. I know what you mean. It sounds small, but it makes a massive difference, especially if you're grinding through these many times over and you want to try out the beta. And you got an extra few weeks to work on it, so WASD should feel a little bit better than it was going to on that April 2nd initial launch.
Absolutely.
Ooh, I'm excited for that. Awesome. Okay, Karv, let's close this out. What are you most excited for?
There's a lot of things, but my price is probably on the Weaver tree because it allows me to do a lot of cool stuff in the monolith, like not have arenas anymore, and a lot of target farming for items. So
Wait a second, you don't like arenas either? What?
I do like arenas. I don't like them in the monolith.
Okay.
When I do arena, I'll go.
Very cool.
some
I
ladder,
saw that Mike leaked the entire tree on stream last week. That was
we
bold.
might maybe look at some nodes today, potentially at some point.
Oh, okay.
Yes, maybe.
Exciting. Well, you guys, before we dive into the main topic of today's chat, which is all about itemization, and you have a bunch of exciting things to share, I had one question that I just wanted to ask all of you. Because personally, I've played about 150 hours of Last Epoch. I'm not a blaster by any means, but I usually bounced in the end game. And I think that a lot of other players shared that sentiment. But in these past 9 months, it sounds like you have done tremendous work on that end game loop and just providing new options, not only in terms of content, but itemization as well. Did one of you want to tackle that? What is this new end game supposed to feel like, supposed to do and accomplish?
Yeah, and so in terms of the goals, in short, we wanted to improve endgame, respond to player feedback, and set us up for future content. And you can split all these between short-term goals and long-term goals. So I'll start with the short-term goals. So looking back, Season 1 added a pinnacle boss, which the game lacked. It didn't feel right that there wasn't a satisfying endpoint for endgame in this regard, both in terms of difficulty and narratively. So this was great content, but it didn't add much to the endgame holistically. So the primary short-term goal with Season 2 was providing more content broadly at endgame, giving players more to do and allowing them to sink more time into min-maxing their characters. We knew we wanted to provide some element of player agency in terms of influencing the monolith. That's the Weaver tree that Karv was mentioning. We knew we needed new bosses, new enemies, and we wanted to tie in more endgame itemization and crafting into the monolith. We've only really had that with the Eternity Cache, which is more in dungeons, so not specifically tied to the monolith. We were also keen to add our first side zones to Echoes as well, as that experience just didn't exist before. And then the secondary short-term goal there was responding to player feedback. So that includes a lot of changes like overall game balance, so buffs to underperforming skills and reducing the power of a few extremely overperforming skills, improving the balance between ward and health, adjusting enemy damage over time, and by adjusting I mean reducing it, and making changes to boss ward, and we've also added a bunch of quality of life features that people have been asking for, things like auto stashing, mastery respec, and so on. So all these short-term goals are around basically wanting to keep players more engaged with the end game. So exactly as you're saying, Try. In terms of long-term goals, that was simple. We knew we needed to develop a procedural generation system for long-term, as mentioned before, and we also wanted to add in mechanics in Season 2 that would also integrate well with future seasonal content of the game. So things like the Weaver Tree and Woven Echo influence, those features will likely make an appearance when we're talking about future seasonal mechanics. So yeah, to recap, improve endgame, respond to player feedback, and just set things up nicely for the long term.
The Woven Echoes look very interesting, especially the post from the first day of Hype Week yesterday, a few of the previews. I'm just very excited for the special encounters and the reward types that are locked behind those. And I know this, wasn't in my list, but Uber Avarath. Okay. How hard is he? Has anyone in the office downed him easily? Or is this like we'll leave it to the players to try to down this dude eventually?
Karv, have you downed him?
Yeah, I don't think there's been many people who have done it.
Did you did you do it ethically, or was it a little bit of a dev build? Giving yourself some power.
I've done both. I've done both.
Awesome.
I think we've had some community tester members that have done it.
Yeah. We have people spend a lot of time testing that fight. Should be pretty bug free, so that's good.
Sweet. Okay. Well, that's exciting. I'm really excited to dive into that endgame and the rest of these item-related questions. So let's kick it off with that endgame itemization. So first question I wanted to touch on is, how much control over your endgame do you now have with itemized or craftable endgame encounters? And as you just said, they will be expanded continuously. So do you have any, ideas of what you want to do in the short term?
So most of Season 2's endgame content is via Woven Echoes, which are items that drop, and then you place them into the Echo Web. Note that these Woven Echoes aren't craftable as such. You're not sitting there and re-rolling them, looking for specific modifiers and things like that. In terms of setup, all you need to do is insert them into the Echo Web and run them. Some Woven Echoes have corruption requirements to be able to place them, but that's about it. So in terms of influencing the monolith, in terms of its rewards and encounters, most of that is done via the progression in the faction and usage of the Weaver tree rather than modifying Woven Echoes directly, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
In the past, we've talked about itemizing monolith modifiers. We even come up with a fairly concrete plan for that. But for now, we're more keen on keeping Echoes easy to run with pretty little setup. One element that we will be using more in future updates, though, is Woven Echo influence. So, when placing a Woven Echo, there'll be a circular area, and that area will influence nearby monolith echoes. So, as mentioned before, when we have a new seasonal mechanic in a future update, perhaps you'll be able to use Woven Echo influence to add elements of that mechanic to surrounding echoes and things like that. But yeah, to summarize, you influence the experience in the monolith through the systems provided by the faction rather than crafting on the Woven Echoes.
Got it. Okay. And Uber Eberth is the top tier Woven Echo, correct? Is there anything that's kind of close to him that requires a really high corruption to fight?
So I think it's like 500 corruption or something that you
Okay.
need to access it, but it's way more difficult than 500 corruption is. So if we just the same with normal Aberrath, where we give you access to it earlier than you probably are ready for it in many cases, just because we don't want to make you slog through like a long time and then you just instantly kill whatever comes your way. But in terms of difficulty, Aberrath is still probably the second hardest encounter in the game, unless we like start thinking about pushing very high corruption and then you doing these Woven Echoes there, because some of them do scale with modifiers and corruption. But in terms of like the earliest you get access to, Aberrath will be the second hardest fight still. Then we have Uber Aberrath, and there's some bosses coming back that people have wanted to see and some not wanted to see that are gonna be regarding some corruption to do.
You're obviously talking about Lagon, right? The ones people don't want to see, right? Is that,
No, there will be no
not like
Woven
Lagon?
Echo with Lagon. Okay, there's no Lagon there.
Awesome. Okay. I have not been stuck on a boss in an ARPG as long as I was with Lagon. And then when it clicked. And I've been able to down him easily every time. So it took a little bit. All right. He's not that bad, guys. He's not that bad. Okay. Thanks for that answer, Ross. That's awesome. Okay. This next one has to do with something that the community brought to my attention. So there's a bunch going on with legendary potential in this update. However, lots of people have expressed that if you find an item with one legendary potential, it's kind of useless. It's kind of a feel bad moment. So are there any additional options coming for lower legendary potential items, like the 1 LP items that I just mentioned? Or are those going to stay as like the, oh, well, that could have been a 2 or a 3, right?
Yeah, so we're adding a couple of new features to help with the sort of, as you're saying, the life cycle of uniques. So let's just say you've got a bunch of relatively common uniques with low legendary potential. Previously, that was unfortunately the end of the road for those items. However, with the new endgame crafting options via Woven Echoes, you have a chance to redeem these items. So for example, one Woven Echo has a crafting reward that allows you to insert a bunch of unique items with legendary potential and mass re-roll the values on those items. So that has a low chance to improve the legendary potential of those items and a higher chance to effectively fail and set the legendary potential to 0. Note though that if that does happen, you can of course use the Nemesis system to improve that and see what happens. You know, you might get lucky with the affixes that are chosen there, or you might regain the legendary potential there. One additional note on legendary potential is that it is of course weighted depending on the unique in question. So for rarer uniques, 1 legendary potential is already great. And it's even more powerful now with a recent change to the Eternity Cache that I think Judd and Mike have hinted at previously. So hopefully Karv is set up to demo that for us just now. He has been granted immunity to show things at this point, so he's safe. You know, his career, no problems there.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, I do.
Sounds good. Karv, go for the screen share, and we'll swap you on over.
Yeah. And before I actually show what it is,
Oh, okay.
we can do a
All right,
tiny
here we
bit
go.
of talking about why. Because there's a let me know when you have the
I
screen
think
open.
it should be good. I'll look at chat one more time just to make sure it's all set. Chat, can you see the leaker's screen right now? Good to
We're
go.
just teasing
Go for
here,
it, Karv.
okay? We're just teasing here, okay? We no leaking here. So, you know how you have these very good items that you get your 1 LP on, and then you probably farm it a couple times before you actually hit your T7 int or whatever you want, and then you somehow get lucky and you get 2 LP, and you feel like, okay, I just got a massive upgrade because 2 LP is better than 1 LP on the item that you already have 1 LP. Then you farm basically the same item, maybe a bit better than you used on the previous slam, and then you just miss. You just miss. You don't get the T7 at all. And now your 2 LP that you thought you felt like was an upgrade is basically going to the trash bin. Well, there's a use case for that in season 2, but that item doesn't really go to the trash bin anymore because we are now allowing you to select 1 affix as a guarantee as long as the dungeon that you do is at least tier 2. So I got lucky, and I have a 2 LP red ring here, so I can just guarantee the int there, and then I get something extra cool.
Oh.
And this does mean that it's also easier to get one affix on your legendaries as well. For example, you don't really need to farm on average 4 red rings anymore to get that. You just slam it there now on the first attempt. Unless, of course, we allow you to go full RNG mode, and that just still picks it at random, because streamers need to show that they're good at the game and they're lucky. But yeah, for us peasants, we can just force the one affix we want. The other affixes for like 2 LP, 3 LP are still gonna be random, of course. But yeah,
That's
it's
awesome.
gonna help a lot.
People are freaking out. They're very, very excited for this change.
That's awesome.
You may have
Congrats.
maybe deliberately missed out one potential thing that could happen here as well, Karv. Maybe you left that
Oh
door
yeah.
open.
So you know how you when you're crafting your normal items in the forge, and sometimes you get this nice sound, and instead of getting +1 tier, you get +2 tiers with the critical success. Now there is a very, very low chance when you're making legendaries to get critical success with Eternity Cache 2, which then just takes another affix from the item. So this could have been 3LB, but as with just getting legendary potential on uniques, the more powerful the item is, the less likely you are to crit success, and it's very rare to begin with. But so don't expect it to be happening on your red rings anytime soon. But there's a chance, though. There's a chance.
Do we have some numbers on that chance? Like, are we talking 1%, 0.5%?
Low enough that you don't really think about it, and then if it happens, it happens, and you're happy.
Oh, sweet. Well, that's pretty awesome. Should I take the magic away, Karv?
For now.
Yeah,
For now?
we'll have to prepare another thing soon.
All right, we're gonna take the magic away, everybody. Okay, I'm sorry. We'll see more magic in just a second. I promise. I promise, everybody. All right, there we go. Okay, magic is gone for now. That was pretty awesome. Yeah. Wow. Sweet. Thanks for sharing that, Karv. Okay.
Yeah, we've been excited to share that one.
I was seeing more huge W's in the chat than I've ever seen before on a live stream. Pretty awesome. Okay. So after that, wow, that was a big one. Okay. I think this was the most requested question in like Discord, on the subreddit, when I was doing some prep sessions on YouTube and Twitch. People are also curious about idol crafting. Okay, they're like super interested in additional details on how that's going to work, what these idols are going to look like. And I know you did elaborate a little bit on idols in yesterday's post, but if there's anything else you'd like to share here today with everybody watching, feel free, go for it. What's going on with idols in season 2?
Yeah, I can just show it in action quickly.
Oh my gosh. Oh, he's leaking again.
It's good.
Okay.
He's fast.
Oh, he's going again. Okay, you guys.
Fast.
Here we go. He's really fast. We're back in game. Go for it, man.
Yeah, so when you complete tombs or cemeteries, or some of the woven echo versions of these, you'll see this little thingy here on my left side. And this is where you get to place your class-specific idols. So here I have a couple that don't have any enchants yet, and then here I have a couple that do have.
Okay.
So you simply put it here. I'm in a cemetery, so I have 2 uses. If this was on a tomb, it would be only be 1, and I'll just enchant it. It'll give it a new, usually a low tier. So this gave me a tier 2 enchant. These can go all the way to tier 7. and it gives you some Weaver's Touch as well, which you see on the top on the item. So it has 4 Weaver's Touch, and just like Weaver's Will items, you can just go slay enemies and it'll upgrade, or you can use that's the wrong rune, that rune. You can use Rune of Weaving that will then convert some of that. In our case, it put all of it and it just upgraded. So now I have a tier 6 of that. That's really interesting because generally you would actually get the second affix there as well. So that's an interesting coincidence. Let's see if we can get it on the other one. There we go. So here we have 2 new affixes, and they are tier 5 and tier 1. So we are missing, tier 8 total tiers. If you're very lucky, just like with Weaver's items, like Weaver's Will items, you can get up to double T7 here, which in Weaver's Will items would be like quadruple T7, but that's obviously very rare. So
yeah,
I'd expect people to get like tier 7 and then like tier 2, 3, maybe 4 on top or something like that. And of course, I didn't get what I wanted. Both of those affixes are kind of useless for me. So what I can do is for 500 Memory Ember, which is the currency that you can farm now for the faction, you can re-enchant this. So what it does, it just removes the existing affix or Weaver's Touch, and then it adds a new one. Could really lucky or unlucky getting the same one, but and then you can just keep doing this. So when you get your perfect normal affixes, then you'll just keep re-enchanting until you hit very high Weaver's Touch and the correct affixes on the enchant affix, and then done. So this is going to be a big sink for the Memory Ember.
And Memory Amber, I was just going to ask really quick, that's only found in tombs and cemeteries, or can you find that in other, instances throughout the game?
You can find it elsewhere too, but I would suspect most of your Memory Ember comes from doing tombs and cemeteries. Okay. And yeah, I believe these were also already teased as well. You see these little other idols here. Mm-hmm. So obviously, since we're putting more power into class-specific idols, the normal, like the 1x1 and 2x1 and 1x2 idols would get left behind. So in these tombs and cemeteries, you can find new subtypes of these smaller idols. You can find minor, small. I think minor was small Lagonian previously, so we renamed that. And you see there's a different color affix on the top. So these idols have an exclusive better affixes compared to the non-Weaver version of these idols. And you will always be guaranteed to get at least one of these better affixes on these, and sometimes you get 2. And most of these are hybrid affixes and better versions of the existing ones, but there's also some new affixes here that I don't think. Yeah, Firepen and Minion Firepen is a new one. And then the increased health here with the health on kill is basically the upgraded version of the increased health on the stout idols that currently exists. I think it goes to 6%. Yeah, 6%. So there's some pretty good Weaver idols too that you can find.
Yeah, it looks like it. Now people are pointing out the uses on the Woven Enchanter. Is that tied to anything, or is that a base amount for every time you clear one of these cemeteries?
In tombs, you get 1. In cemeteries, where I am currently, you get 2. Okay. And then some of the higher end Woven Echoes can grant up to 4. I think there's 3 and 4 for one of the higher ones.
Whoa! Look at those Woven Echoes right there. Oh, that was interesting.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Wow, I wonder.
People also get nice icons on them.
I really like the icons. I mean, your cursor could slip like a few inches, maybe.
Do it, Karv.
This one isn't specific to itemization, unless we are thinking corruption as one. for your alts.
Ooh.
But yeah. There's
Okay.
some cool things in there.
That was a good slip. I liked it.
That was a good slip. I
Yeah.
didn't even remember which is where, so that was actually just a random one.
And
Oh.
yes, the plus icon on those woven echoes tells you that you can get a weaver tree point by completing that woven echo.
Okay.
The hammer implies that it has a crafting reward at the end, and the skull is a boss encounter at the end, and then the rest of them are more varied.
Yeah, we are
Oh.
actually in a cemetery reviewing right now, I believe, where one of these rewards is, not all of these woven echoes are gonna be awesome for you. You might not like them, some of them. So what you can do is, you can just toss them here and exchange them and hope that you get better
Whoa.
ones.
You can
Like,
exchange them all at once, and they'll come out with 3. Oh my goodness gracious! You don't have to do 3 at a time.
Yeah, and it didn't waste that. Yeah, you can just fill this up, and it's just like puts them all there.
Well, that's pretty nice, if I do say so myself.
And it is pretty satisfying. And we're leaking some more here, teasing more. Yeah, I love how it's just like looks. There's like a little rhythm there too. Yeah.
Oh, there's a little sound effect that we can't. Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm currently muted here, so
Yeah, that's
there's
good.
no sound. Yeah.
Very cool. Well, that was beautiful. Thank you for showing off those idols, Karv. People appreciate it. Oh wait, what should I? What was that?
No. I'll just. It's just the exit back to the
Oh,
echo
okay.
that came
All
from.
right. Here, I'll stop watching, and the magic will stop for just a little bit longer, you guys. Maybe some more magic will come on in.
I believe I need to prepare more magic now. Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
more magic. Okay. Awesome. Sweet. That was beautiful. Okay. It is. I'm sorry. It's just making me giddy how happy everyone is in the chat. You guys have done a phenomenal job. They're freaking out. Okay. So, moving on from idols. Now, in the Ziz and Rax interview, Holly did a great breakdown of set crafting. And lots of people are happy this made the cut for season 2 because it was like teetering on the edge there for a bit, and bam, revealed set crafting's in season 2. So on that, since this is the itemization talk, is there anything extra we can dive into when it comes to set crafting and what players should expect on launch day on the 17th?
Yeah, as I'm preparing here to get my showcase of shattering them, guess I can talk a bit. So set items they're kind of problematic in a way where if you can't modify them in any way, it's like a dead end item, right? You either use it or you don't. Obviously, there's different ways to make them be useful or modify them. We didn't want to just do legendary potential, but for set items because we already have that. We might as well do something other cool because we got ideas. And this allows us to basically not have set items be a dead end in that sense.
Like a dead slot, like, oh, there's no movement anymore. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. Now you will most likely keep improving the set items that you have as you'll find better ones, and you try to get higher tiers of the set affix because they have all the way to tier 7, and I'm ready to share some more again.
Oh, you are? Okay, we're swapping over to the magic screen again then. Here we are. You're good to go, Karv.
Yeah, so I am at the end of the Great Bridge, where we see this nice little green glowy thing, where you can put your set items. Obviously, I didn't have my set items with me, so I'll just open my stash from here, this little nice button, and see where we go. There we go. Let's see a couple sets there. I don't remember what the key combinations here are. I'm just going to do it this way. I'm pretty sure you can do it manually, but there we go. Shift. That's the button. And then again, we see a couple uses. So you can just fill this up, and then you do that. We get the really cool stuff here, and we have a bunch of affixes on the ground, and each of these affixes, so they have their name. Like this is Corsair's Blood Call. So this is only going to work on helmets. And we can probably craft maybe some set items. Maybe I'll show you some. What would be cool? Villatrias, maybe? Everybody likes Villatrias, right?
Yeah.
So just like any other affix, you can just craft it there now. And now this is a Villatrias Downfall Reforged. Each of the set item, we pick basically 2 modifiers.
What?
Yeah, and this is now a tier 1. This would actually be a very good contender for just sealing off, because you get the shock duration per int, and then you just get the base conversion for Meteor. And then you can just craft other stats there again. But some of them are really powerful at tier 7. But there are items that... There are sets that would be way too good if the set affix would also be great. Because Villatrias has the spell damage per int, and if you can see it, we actually had to nerf it. It used to be 1 spell lightning damage per 1 int, but we had to turn it down because it was just so good when you were able to craft this on a very high-end base with other exalted affixes as well. Is there any specific set Chad would want to see?
All right, chat. Come on, spam a set. Let's go. What do we want to see? Go, go, go.
Okay, I see Shattered Lance.
Yeah, I saw 2 instant. Oh, wow, a lot of Shattered Lance.
So you get your added health regen, and you get some gold damage, and yes, we also had to cap the amount of increased damage you can get from Shattered Lance, because the buffs to health regen. So it is relatively easy for very specific masteries to get that. And I actually, if you hide very quickly, I can show you the tier 7 of this.
All right, yep, I'll hide. All right, here you go. The screen's gonna look funky, everybody. We're kind of hiding. Let me stop.
I'm doing some magic here, quick.
There you go. He's doing magic, everybody. Okay.
Am I?
Yeah, you're good.
Hidden?
We can't see.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Actually, I don't actually know how to hide this. Let me. Which one is it?
I can just. You know what? I can just stop sharing quick.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that works too. That works too. Yeah. I was gonna do some hiding of all the different sources in Discord. So, or sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Work your magic. Got to leave some stuff to find out.
Okay.
On launch day.
Yeah.
All right, we're good. All right, here we go.
So that is your tier 7, and obviously all of the other affixes here are tier 7 as well, because magic be magic. So it can grant you up to 30 added melee cold damage. This is kind of interesting because you can also craft added melee cold damage as a normal affix as well, so you can get basically twice. But obviously the big thing here is the set bonus being just very good. Yeah.
Wow.
Some of these are pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, we're really excited about being able to add set items more now that we have this system in place. So if the community has any ideas for really awesome set items, do feel free to plug them in the forums and Reddit and our social accounts. We're really excited to start to add these again, because right now we have way more uniques than we have set items because it was a dead-end item slot previously.
How did this come up? Were you guys just workshopping super hard to try to come up with this new idea, and you didn't want to step on the toes of legendary potential, but you knew you didn't want set items to always be BIS for some builds out there, right?
I wonder if this one is actually one of those ideas we've just heard in the community, and we just kind of workshopped from there as a base idea. Yeah. This might be one of those. I'm not sure. I don't remember. We've had this idea for quite a while.
Yeah.
It's a lot of effort to make the system, and this is a lot of new affixes with a lot of new numbers. It took a long time getting all the numbers in there for this.
Okay.
It took a long time.
People
And
are
figuring
asking,
out which of the affixes we take from the sets as well.
people are asking a crazy question. I'm not sure if this is allowed or not. They're asking, can we slap this on uniques?
No,
No, with
the set
LP.
affixes. No,
Yeah.
no, the set affixes
Yep.
cannot be added into uniques.
Okay, great. Also, people were asking for the last bear. That was the other one that I saw being asked a lot. Is that one we could look at?
Which slot? There's a couple different slots.
Oh gosh, which slot? First slot. First slot wins. I don't know, chat. Chess slot. Go for it.
Chest slot is endurance with leech. Oh, this might be one of those sets that we actually buffed and we changed the bonus. I'm pretty sure the bonus is better now than it used to be. I might be this. I'm not sure if this is one it. I don't think it used to have endurance threshold per strength, which it now has as a 2-piece. And obviously the 3-piece set being the 30 strength here is still massive. So this is one of those another of those affixes that you might end up just crafting as a tier 1 and then just sealing it away and then crafting another T5 on top.
Yep. That's awesome. Ooh.
As you can see, some of these, so this is a suffix on the body armor, it's a prefix. So is it the suffix or prefix just depends on what the stats kind of make sense to, and in some cases put it where it has to compete with other powerful affixes. And here we get health regen, well, increased health regen per strength, which is a pretty good, especially because this is just tier 1 right now. I think tier 7 goes all the way to 3% strength, if I remember correctly. So yeah,
awesome. Okay,
we'll definitely see some set items being used.
100%
in season 2 for sure.
Definitely.
But yeah, there's a lot of affixes we've added this season. There's the set shards, there's the affixes for the idols, there's the champion affixes. There was a lot of work to do there, and there's more coming there as well. Can't say too much though.
Sweet.
There's been a lot of affixes have been added in season 2. Yes.
Chat, you got to calm down. We're not going to ask them to show all of the set affixes. It's not happening, okay? We got to leave some for April 17th when they launch the game. Come on. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
All right.
There's some cool stuff in there.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Let's let the magic go away. Just for a little bit, though. I'm sure will return momentarily. Here you go.
Yeah,
okay.
maybe we'll give another teaser at the end or something. Who knows?
Ooh, okay. All right. We'll have to see.
Maybe.
We'll have to see.
If chat behaves, maybe.
Chat, you have to behave, okay? Or no teaser. You heard Karv. Oh, it says, there we go. All right, Cam's good. Okay. This next one was one that I thought would be a little interesting, given how much QOL is in Last Epoch. I appreciate that massively. I can stay in the game when I'm looking at everything, whether it's theory crafting a build or anything of the sort. So is there ever a chance we'd get an in-game compendium of unique items with possible drop locations, since there are specific places where certain items dropped in Last Epoch? It might be an awesome quality of life, an incentive to go out and hunt for these cool items, I know you can go on the wiki, right? Some players really like everything in game, though. Is that something you guys have ever thought about adding?
Yeah, we're really keen on things like this. Keeping players in the game is definitely something that we aspire very heavily to do. We do this through things like having the game guide in game that has just a wealth of knowledge, including even things like damage formulas, and then also things like the Merchant's Guild Bazaar that keeps you in game without having to go to any external resources to target items or players like that. So keeping players in game is a really big goal for the studio. So this is something that's just right up our alley. Maybe this takes shape as something like a bestiary or something of that nature. I think long ago we actually had a decent mock-up for a bestiary. And I do think that this would be a very good value add, especially as we continue to add more and more unique items that are attached to certain activities or behind certain boss loot tables. So yeah, I think that's something that we absolutely could and would benefit from doing. I think we have something. What is the number of uniques that we have now in the game after this
Oh,
patch? We're
gosh.
gonna have over 300 or something like that, guys.
A lot, yes.
It's a
More,
lot.
more than that. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's a
more
lot.
will come. Yeah.
It's getting up there. So yeah, I think it's something that we could absolutely do. If anybody has any suggestions on how you guys would like to see that implemented, again, we would be very happy to take a look at that. And if it's something the community wants and it's something that we can achieve, yeah, it's something that's again right up our alley.
That's sweet. Exciting. Now you're all over 300 unique items now. With every update, are you guys looking to hit like a certain number or threshold of uniques added, or is it more like, hey, if we have good ideas, we're gonna try to make them work, and if they make it through all the sprints and everything and they're good to go, we'll ship them.
Sure. Yeah, I think we want to be adding uniques enough that it hits a wide number of players, play styles, character builds, et cetera, et cetera. And with the amount of masteries we have, that number is, of course, a little bit larger here. So we're trending to have kind of a similar amount for each of these large updates. And I think that's something that will continue to stay at that level or increase over time.
Oh, wow.
They are things that, implementing a unique item is really it's fairly low lift for the amount of payoff, and we really enjoy doing it. They're just fun things for the team to actually go and brainstorm and implement. So yeah, it's something that we definitely are not going to slow down on making unique items. And now that we have set items in a better spot, we'll start to see the variety of items like this vary a little bit more as well.
Good to hear. And I might have
Yeah.
totally missed this in the press already released. Set items, are there any new ones coming in this update, or is that for future updates?
I don't know if there is any more new ones coming because there was such a large effort in getting these
So
set
getting all the affixes?
crafting
Yeah.
across the line.
Right.
It was something that we were, I mean, it was probably towards the third week of March or something like that. We were like, can we get this across the line in
Oh
time?
my gosh.
And we did. We slid into the garage door as it was closing with the set crafting, but very glad that we did. It's something that we've been really excited about, something that we've had on our minds for a very long time. We've always been pushing for certain uniques to exist inside the game. Like we've had this idea for a beekeeper's set. For some reason, we as a studio love bees, and so we have lots of bee items in the BPS builds. And so with that, we'll be able to implement some of these fun ideas that the team has been talking about for, at this point, years. So,
Okay. One more total tangent question. You love bees. You seem to love capybaras too, and so does the community. Could there be, I know there's a cosmetic coming in the game, but maybe you actually weave that into gameplay at some point in the future? Capybara army sounds pretty cool too. Maybe.
yeah. Do you guys want to see an army of capybaras destroying your enemies? Is that what chat wants?
Very
I
possible.
I bet the animation team would have a really good time with that. I'm not sure if we're gonna do a capybara swarm of enemies. We'll see.
I had to throw that in there. Okay.
For sure.
Everybody's spamming yes, God, yes. Okay. Of course. Okay, this next question is I'd say one of the age-old great questions of ARPGs. And it's like a hot button topic in the genre right now, especially. And I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on it. So some ARPGs rely on best in slot items being picked up off the floor or being crafted. Are you happy where Last Epoch currently sits on this axis, or do you think it'll move more and more toward the best items being crafted from scratch as more items are available? Of course, there are lots of different systems in Last Epoch right now that allow, dropped items to be incredible. But with all this awesome stuff implemented, is it going to, lean more toward that crafting end? What do you guys think about it?
Yeah, the short answer is that we don't want to make you spend, hours and hours on just in town crafting items. We'd rather want to see you go slay some enemies and find items and then improve them. That's why we have like the exalted stuff, for example. Like you cannot craft it. You still have even with the new crafting items, like the runes, you still have to get those exalted items to drop before you can modify them further. So yeah, I don't think Last Epoch is going to be able to, or I don't think you're going to be able to see in Last Epoch stuff where you pick up an item base and then you craft it from the ground up to be the best in slot. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case. We value finding items a lot, and then just allow you to modify them in different ways.
Well, yeah, minimal downtime is nice. It's like the Woven Echoes, right? It's you're making choices on your tree, and then you're just running the Woven Echoes. You're not spending time, trying to craft and go to the bench and do a whole bunch of stuff there too. So that's nice. Playing monsters is fun. I would agree with you. And then having those awesome hits of dopamine when you get those awesome slams. So yeah, that sounds great. Okay. So here's another one that I'm curious about. So in your eyes, is there an ideal mix of unique items and other rarity gear? Or is it truly a build by build determining factor? So kind of meaning like, do you think that full unique character builds should exist in your game en masse? Or are the best in slot items almost always going to be those highest tier non-unique rarity?
This is an interesting one because we are not like very specifically trying to make you always have like a different item rarities on your gear. It's more so some builds just end up working with a hybrid of having some exalted in Season 2 sets and then legendaries. Maybe in the future we'll have some items that further incentivize you to stack, I don't know, different sets or something like that, or exalted, and you get bonuses from that. So yeah, I don't think we are very specifically trying to make sure that never happens. Yeah. But with the set rework now, we're definitely gonna be seeing less of full legendaries than before, which is, I'd say, is definitely a good thing. But that's more so because set items are now just, again, good in to use, not so that we want you to always have a mix. I'd expect there still to be builds that are going to be eventually just using legendaries, and in the future we might just get some other rarities that go in the mix. Who knows?
Definitely.
So we like to have open our options open.
Yeah, more options is always good. Now, something that we've been seeing, throughout this chat, we saw a little glimpse earlier. Woven Echoes. It sounds like everybody's very excited about the introduction of these. So I'm curious, what other cool itemization changes might be coming with the introduction of Woven Echoes in Tombs of the Erased?
Yeah, we could spend another 2 hours here, I guess, because all of these, there's a lot of changes that do a lot of things, even if we ignore like the Woven Echo specific things. But I can probably show you a couple. I have one actually prepared already.
Already prepared? Okay, magic happening. Here we go. I'm ready.
Yes, magic is happening. And I believe Ross mentioned this earlier. At the very beginning a bit, where having some things on those 1LP, 2LP items like that. Like, for example, let's take Aberrant, Tongue of the Aberrant Seer, for example. This is a item that is quite likely to be able to roll 3 or 4 legendary potential compared to a lot of other items like Red Ring, for example. But if you find this with 1LP, this is basically a dead item. This doesn't really have a use. 0LP would be better because you could just toss it into the Nemesis deck and hope to get something good, or it would have to be at least like 3. So one of the things coming this season is the ability to reroll the LP on uniques that have at least 1 legendary potential. And if it doesn't go up, it's going to go back to 0. And again, so what happens here is it basically considers it as finding the item again, and then it checks for the legendary potential. If the legendary potential is not higher than the item when it's here in the Woven Potential bench, it's just going to go to 0. And then you get another chance to upgrade through the Nemesis deck. But sometimes you get an upgrade, and that's pretty cool. don't expect your red rings to get extra LP again, because they are already very unlikely to get it with LP to begin with. But there's a point where, let's say that you're playing a build that has 2 red rings and you have your tier 7 already on both of them. So the next upgrade would be to get a 2 LP version, right? So now there is a chance to get that. So when you find that 1 LP red ring, it's not a dead item now. You have a chance to get it, like make an upgrade. Well, 2 chances. First here, and then when it most likely fails, on the egg from the Nemesis. So I'm gonna expect some of these are gonna go to like 2 LP, and all of these are gonna go to 0. But yeah, here we go. And as you can see on the side here, we have some crafting, like affix shards, and that is because Weaver is. She doesn't want to take all of your things, so when she takes away your legendary potential from items, she'll give you back some affix shards. So all of these obviously went to 0 LP, as one would expect. Most of these are probably going to be 0 as well. Let's see if we get, there we go, 2 LP. But most of these are 0, which then allows you to then send them back to the Nemesis egg, and you might get 1 LP back, or you might get legendary affixes and whatnot. So now we have a method for these items that don't really do anything to have more chances to be useful.
Right.
And then another cool thing, which was teased, I think, in the original trailer, that people thought was going to be this, which was the unique reroll. So I can probably go set that up, actually, real quick. Well, I'll just stop my screen. The Ross or Judd can probably talk a tiny bit while I'm going to do that.
Go. Good. We don't want to reveal any secrets. It's pretty exciting.
So in the update, we have 36 different unique woven echoes coming.
Oh, wow.
We just recorded the patch video. I recorded that, and we're at the patch video. Just the high-level overview of this patch is over 20 minutes long, and I try to condense it as much as possible, but there's just so dang much going into the patch that it's very, very long. In the patch, I say there's 37 woven echoes, and the team called me out on it. So I apologize. There's 36. We'll get to 37 very shortly. I promise you.
Yeah, just slam in on the work for that 1 extra echo. Just put it in.
I agree.
Okay, I'm ready again.
All right, you ready? All right, go for it.
Okay, so this is the thing that you saw teased in the very original teaser trailer, which has a sacrifice and a reroll.
Oh.
So this allows you to have another, So this allows you to sacrifice a unique or set item, or reverse wheel item, to reroll the implicit. So in here, the movement speed would be an implicit, which already is the highest roll, and then the actual affixes as well, which also happen to be max because this is a dev modded item. And the cool thing here is that remember all of the red rings that went to 0 LP.
Mm-hmm.
If I go to Nemesis egg, then they're most likely to get like some bad affixes. So what you can do with those failed legendaries is you could put them here. Like for example, here I only have this is a very bad example, but I could imagine that the tier 7 int here is like a tier 4 or something like that. So I could use this to reroll the values here, and obviously because this had everything perfectly rolled before, stuff went down. But this is a way to basically those failed legendaries to spend them and hopefully like over a longer period of time, or just the first time get lucky and improve your items. So this is another way to slowly improve your items. And obviously this has some restrictions. So I cannot reroll 1 LP red ring with a 0 LP. It has to have at least similar power level. So in this case, it would be badly rolled 1 like affix legendary
okay.
red rings, most likely.
Got it.
But this is another way to keep like slowly upgrading your items. Because we've had a lot of people ask for ways to, be able to do something with uniques. Because sometimes you get lucky, you get 3 LP or something like that, and then all of the other rolls on it are terrible. Now, through the Nemesis Egg, which I think is probably the best way to get like legendaries with like 2 affixes for something like red rings, like the more rare items, because it has a relatively high chance to just add affix on both of the rolls, like both of the upgrades, and you can just use those as a reroll fodder now, which is pretty exciting. So all of those badly rolled legendaries now have a purpose. No,
That's
kinda have a
great.
purpose. Yeah. And again, here, obviously, you can open the stash through the crafting window. Because we didn't
That's
want to
awesome.
just put stashes here.
Yeah, you don't want to dirty up the place. It looks beautiful.
Yeah, there's actually another
Oh,
cool change, which is gonna be, some magic's gonna happen. And this is specific to experimental crafting. A lot of people probably don't know much about it because it's pretty the hidden mechanic in the game.
here we go. I'll let you prepare really quickly.
Yeah, so so you kill exiled mages,
Yep.
and then they
Or
will
they kill
drop
you.
items,
Yep.
or that, yeah,
Yep.
and they'll drop items with experimental affixes, and then you use Rune of Research to seal that, and then it has a chance to drop you a Cliff of Insight, which then can be used on a normal prefix to turn it into an experimental affix. And there is a deterministic way to figure out which affix it turns into. But it requires you to go to third-party places, because it's not. You can figure it out, but there's a lot of just like trying to keep track of how much fortune potential the item and what is the combined amount of tiers, and different item bases have different rules for it. So we wanted to streamline that, and that
Rax has a great video on how to do that if you want to do that in the next 9 days.
yeah. So what's happening is we are removing both Rune of Research and Cliff of Insight entirely from the game, and we're replacing that crafting in a Woven Echo, and it's going to be a lot more straightforward. There's obviously going to be some randomization around this still. It doesn't like guarantee you to remove a prefix, because it has to remove a prefix in order to make room for another one. We don't just let you craft the affix without some sacrifice there. Okay, I think I'm finally done here.
I applaud you, man. Able to talk and do all this magic behind the scenes. I see your mouse hand moving like mad. Go for it. Oh, goodness.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So here I just run one of the Woven Echoes that has the device that I'm not gonna try to pronounce. Someone with better English can do that.
Thaumaturgy.
Yeah. Thank you.
I had to look that up when I was recording the patch video. I was like, how do you say this?
Yeah, so what you'll do is you put either boots, gloves, or a belt here, and you can just pick the affix that you want to put onto your item now. And there's a couple things. So it has to have 2 prefixes, and then it randomly replaces one of those prefixes and puts the experimental affix there.
Not the bees. Oh, did I get kicked
Oh yeah,
out?
this is definitely not a teaser, but one of the at least one of the experimental affixes has been changed. So the experimental zombies one is now bees. There we go. It took one of the affix out and it put bees summoner and potion user there. Because bees are awesome, right?
Oh yeah. I think that was one of the first uniques I got. I didn't understand what was happening, but I was annihilating
But, like,
everything in the first few acts, and it was just the bees. You know, wasn't even a minion build.
Yeah, the beekeeper's gloves, I think, probably.
Yep, that's it. Yep.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
so now it's a lot easier to get experimental affixes in items. One thing that, obviously, since we don't have Rune of Research anymore, which was a guaranteed seal, regardless of the tier on the experimental affix, this, I think it can give you an exalted affix, but the better way here is to just simply use the Rune of Havoc, right? You have an item, you have like a suffix, exalt, or something like that. You craft the experimental affix, and then you just Rune of Havoc and hope that it hits the experimental affix. So it's a lot easier and more streamlined to try to get high tier experimental affixes on the correct item basis, because item bases are very important. So
very cool. I see a few quick questions on these in the chat. Can you seal this mod?
Yes, with Cliff of Despair.
Yeah.
You can still seal it, but obviously that means that you cannot seal higher than a tier 4 experimental affix anymore. But so the absolute top end amount of tiers on an experimental item has gone down, but it comes with a trade-off of being able to actually craft them on items that you want way more easily now.
Very cool.
You might actually be using them now.
Can you put experimental items or experimental affixes on exalted items? I think you may have mentioned that you could. Am I wrong?
Oh yes. And that is how you're most likely going to be having exalted experimental affixes, because you just craft the lower tier. Like for example, this is tier 4. So I could technically be able to Cliff of Despair this, but the odds are pretty low. But more likely you'll have an exalted belt here instead, and then you just use Rune of Havoc, and then you hope that it switches the tiers to grant it on the experimental affix instead. Also, there's a champion affix on this belt that I just now realized. And they're always sealed. So those cannot be put onto legendaries either, just like with set shards. But these can drop naturally as exalted when you slay champions. So that's pretty neat.
Awesome. This looks sweet.
Yeah, I think we might have one more.
Yep, there's one more.
One
Ordin's
more
Watch.
yeah.
And then you can stand down, Karv.
Yeah, I'll go prepare that. It will take me.
All right, you're gonna prepare that for a sec. All right, sounds good. Let me stop watching.
Yeah, I think one indicator that you're doing well with itemization, I think, is when you run out of colors for affixes. You know, as a UI designer, I'm looking at these things thinking, oh my goodness, like the next type we add, what color is it going to be? That's what I'm stressing about.
Yes.
Yeah, what is the best color, you know? We've been trained to think certain things are the best, but you know, you gotta rethink that whole concept.
We'll quickly be going into the Diablo 2 era where it's like gold versus yellow and like the just tiny shade difference there.
Okay, here's a terrible idea. Don't take it. Change the font type for certain affixes now, okay? There you go. Get some wacky font in there, you know? If you're running out of colors, go for that. That'll piss people off. That's probably a bad idea.
Yeah. We'd probably use iconography in some capacity there when we run out of colors.
Yeah.
I don't know if everybody knows that, but we actually commissioned a what do you call them? A font foundry to create our custom Last Epoch font. and it was one of the guys who actually made the Roboto font face that is very, very popular. And that was a really big treat to both Ross and myself because we both have a user interface background. So being able to create our own font for the game was just super, super enjoyable.
That's a good piece of trivia. I saw, maybe it was a meme, but I saw that fonts are quite expensive, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fonts, very expensive.
Yeah. It was
shut
it was a decision that we had to make. It wasn't just like oh, we're gonna do this. No, it was a decision.
Last Epoch font write-off.
Yes. Worth it.
That's
Worth
sweet.
it. Absolutely.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw, Judd, but people were saying you should just create that extra woven echo as an echo full of meteors. And, you just got to like somehow run to the other side of the echo to complete it. That's super
the easiest
simple.
way to convince me of adding anything into the game, and the team knows it and they weaponize it against me. If they ever want to add something, they're like, well, we'll have it like cast meteors. And I'm like, yes.
Yeah, we did have a couple of fun woven echoes that we did have to cut for scope reasons at the end there. Maybe they will be reintroduced shortly. Who knows?
Okay. Interesting.
Okay, I'm good to go again.
All right. Go for it.
I don't remember. Did we tease this one? Did we reveal this yet?
I don't think so.
On the well, if we didn't, then this is pretty exciting for some people. So attributes, or more specifically, strength, dexterity, int, and attunements. Now, there's some builds that would want to have int on certain item slots. For example, if you, for some reason, wanted to play a primalist as a low health build, and you wanted to use exsanguinous. Now, class-specific items, such as the Sentinel body armor here, doesn't actually naturally drop with that intelligence. So if you wanted to farm for the primalist build, for example, what you would most likely have to do, because there's a bit of waiting on finding class-specific items. Like if you're playing primalist, you're going to be finding primalist body armors, relics, and helmets more often than those places that can actually roll with intelligence. So to help out those monkey builds that people want to do, we have added a
oh boy,
a way to swap the attribute between int, dex, strength, and attunement on items, regardless of that. So we have a nice tier 7 strength here. You know what? I want it to be int, and now I have a tier 7 int on a Sentinel body armor. So,
but you can brick the item, right? It just might delete the item. Yeah, there's a chance of that.
No. all it does, it costs 1 fortune potential to do it. Obviously, you cannot do this on like unique affixes and legendaries because they don't have fortune potential.
Mm-hmm.
But this allows you to play on a build or a class that cannot find specific attributes on their class-specific items, such as the helmet and the body armor, and then you can swap it to slam it onto your legendaries. So, or you don't even need to, slam them on the legendaries. You can just, if you want to stack int on a Sentinel, you can now do that with this on Sentinel basis.
I'm seeing some technical person saying, well, what if the item has multiple stats on it? Are you just able to select which stat it is? Swap it over?
And yeah.
Look at that. Look at that QOL. You guys thought ahead. Look at that. That's sweet.
I'm pretty sure we had the case where we had the base and then we tried it and then somebody had found an item with two attributes and they're like, wait a minute. And then we had to adjust.
Rewind.
I'm pretty sure this is one of those cases. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Well, that is pretty cool. There's a lot of stuff coming with the Woven Echoes, you guys, and I assume there's what?
Break.
We saw 3.
Ad break.
Say again?
It seems. Ad break seems to be, going right now.
Oh, an ad break. Oh, dang. Okay, can we stall for a few?
Yeah, we can stall.
I bet we can.
I'll turn it into attunement in the meanwhile.
Okay.
We did discuss adding a resistance swapper as well. I think
We
it
did.
was it was divisive, more so than the attributes. That's what I remember.
Hmm. What are you guys starting on the 17th? Because you guys are going to log in, right? Any favorite
Heartseeker,
class?
100%.
I'm so torn between Heartseeker and either a Paladin or a Void Knight. I can't decide.
Not having to stop to cast Devouring Orb sounds really fun. I really want to do that, but I cannot do that over Heartseeker.
Yeah, the D2 Bolazon is very deep on me as well.
Yes,
So, yeah.
yes.
You guys are drawing me
Are
in
we
with the
back?
Sentinel. Yeah, we're back. Okay, they didn't get to see what happens if there's 2 attributes. You just get to choose the attribute, guys. They were smart. Big shock. EHG was smart, everybody.
Yeah, and obviously all attributes cannot be swapped because it's all attributes.
Mhm.
And Vitality isn't swappable. So there's a lot of reasons for that, but one being that it can already kind of roll everywhere, and there's only like 1 or 2 skills in the game that, as a baseline, scale with it. So it's not like, I don't want to say it's not a core attribute, but it's kind of not compared to the other 4. And we wouldn't be allowing you to get Vitality on basis that it wouldn't roll normally, because that just puts more pressure onto your prefix as well, because now your prefix can also provide you health through Vitality. So we don't want to put too much pressure on there.
Great. All right. Well, you just showed off 3 awesome Woven Echoes. No more spoilers for Woven Echoes. That's the set. The rest we can experience on game day.
That seems sensible.
We have a lot of good ones.
Yeah.
We have a lot of good ones for sure.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Do
We're
we want
cutting
to
you off,
briefly talk
Karv.
about the? Sorry, do you want to talk about quickly about the resistance swap? I see he mentioned the chat a couple of times about the resistance swapping, because we did discuss it, but we didn't end up allowing the resist swapping. And then the main thing here is that we already have a very robust, very like flexible crafting system. There's a lot of different ways you can swap your affixes. You have your rune of removal. You have your Cliff of Chaos. So there's a way to seal off affixes to then make room to craft stuff. This is the attribute specifically is a totally new way to create builds that didn't really exist before. Versus resist swapping just makes it a lot easier to cap your resistances, which isn't really necessary due to the way our resistances work, where enemies penetrate some of your resistances, which makes it a lot less deadly to not be at res cap. And then we also have idols that are pretty flexible at providing resistances, and the new Weaver affixes also provide a decent amount of resistance, you can see here. Yeah. And might be the first time ever where you can get minion resistances too.
Oh.
I don't think you really had minion physical resistances like that. There might be some very odd cases where you could provide them some resistances, but yeah.
Minion players rejoice.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I will take the magic away. Thank you, Karv. That was beautiful. See?
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Okay, we have a question right here. It's kind of a philosophical question about itemization in Last Epoch. So, how often do you expect players to be upgrading their items? Is it a goal to have players find at least 1 or 2 GG items while leveling they'll end up using for a long time? Or do you want players to be constantly churning and getting new item upgrades, crafting different affixes on them, and the like?
Yeah, it's a good question. You know, and it's different per different stages of the game. So, for example, like in your early game, as you're going through the campaign, we of course want players to be exchanging their gear quite frequently and upgrading their gear quite frequently. And that's healthy. We want people to be experimenting with different skills that they might enjoy. They're unlocking their idle slots. They're getting items that actually go into their main slots and everything of that nature. So in the early game, it's very natural for the amount of upgrades and the upgrading rate to be quite high. That's healthy. When you get into late game, of course, that slows down just a little bit, but we do still want that frequency to be at a decent pace because we don't want you to feel like you're hitting a gear plateau too early. And a lot of the things that we're adding with season 2 will help with that tremendously, as some of these things that we've been showing off show here. I think it's important that even when you get into the late game, there always feels like there is a significant gap in power that you have versus what you could potentially obtain. Because when you get players to, maybe like an 80% maximum power threshold, and your build is online, and you feel like you kind of have what you want to have your build at a complete state, that's where players really start to lose interest. And so, as long as you have things that you feel really excited to chase, it can keep the excitement and the enjoyability of the gear progression lasting for a lot longer than if you're plateauing early. And that's one of the things that we're really focusing on with the implementations that we have coming in season 2. Your question about, do we want people to be finding GG items in the I guess we'll kind of phrase it as the campaign experience.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily a goal that we have. I think if it were a goal, we would probably pretty easily be able to start to guarantee this to some extent, which I believe would be actually very unhealthy for the game. The excitement of the game is the item chase, and as soon as you start to make it to where these things start to be guaranteed, that starts to cheapen the experience overall, and that's not something that we want to do. Now, when you get into like the mid games, if you're like level 40 plus, it's very important that the potential to find a GG item exists, because you always want to feel like the next enemy that you're killing or the activity that you're participating in has the chance to drop you something that's just going to really blow things out of the water and make you feel way more powerful. So I think it's important that the potential for that exists, but I think it's important also that we don't guarantee it. When it comes to the campaign leveling experience, instead of ensuring that the GG items or making it very likely that GG items drop, that is something that our crafting system enables players to overcome challenges that they would be facing in a much more directed manner. So that's what we like to do to make sure that there's not challenges presented, at least in mid game or early late game, that are insurmountable.
Yeah, that's extremely sensible. The only GG item I felt like I found was the Beekeeper's gauntlets when I was playing for the first time. I mean, I didn't replace those for quite some time. I couldn't get rid of them, but
yeah, and it's a great feeling whenever you find something like that,
100%.
and you're like, heck, this is awesome.
Right.
This campaign experience is going to be really unique because I found this thing and I'm really excited to have this. But if we were to guarantee that, I think that that's not a good experience.
Yeah, totally agree. Awesome. Thanks, Judd. Okay, here's a fun one. All right. Lots of games have items that have huge downsides, like they disable item slots, they completely remove some vector of scaling on your build, but they also come with tremendous upsides. With you guys bringing in a lot of unique items into the game with this patch, with future patches, and maybe set items in the future, is that something you might be looking into leaning into?
I think it's fair to say we are keen on unique item design that revolves around the problem-solving aspect of balancing big downsides with powerful upsides. That just feels good when making a build. It makes you feel smart when you're working around those elements. We already have build enabling uniques with negative effects that you need to work around. For example, Zithara's Amulet, which disables both health regen and leech for a more multiplier for phase damage. I think it's fair to say, though, that we don't have any uniques that are truly wacky or iconic in that category, where there are extreme downsides like you're talking about, like, say, disabling all of your idols and then really game-breaking, powerful benefit to offset
Yeah.
that. I think of the 25 new uniques in Season 2, I don't think any of those rely around downsides to work around. I can't say too much about it, but in future seasons, there may be more unique item categories or systems that allow us to lean into more risky territory here in terms of that design space. But, too early to share anything on that at the moment, unfortunately.
Are those the primeval items? Oh, I'm going back to last year's. Is that what that category is called?
That was primordial.
Primordial.
Perhaps.
Oh, I'm so upset at myself. I was close. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's exciting to hear.
There's a couple items in the season 2 that do have a downside kind of stuff. For example, actually I'm thinking about 4 amulets. There's 4 amulets. Well, one of the amulets has like 3 different versions of it, but all of those have like downside of you have to curse yourself and then like to get a benefit. And then there's the focus amulet that after some balancing during the CT testing and whatnot, looks a bit different from what it was teased on the back in I don't know how long ago, when we just like showed a bunch of uniques on the original like season 2 teaser trailer. So you are like focus normally doesn't allow you to move while channeling. So the amulet allows you to move while channeling, which is the big upside. But then the downside is that you're gonna be channeling. You're getting less mana while you're doing that. You're gonna have less armor while doing that. And then I think there's probably another downside that I can't remember right now. But we do have these items, but we don't have like Ross said, we don't have like this crazy, nothing happen. Like you can't do anything if you have this item equipped. I think the biggest downside item that I can think of that doesn't really even have an upside would be the veteran boots, which is basically just a challenge item. But yeah, we don't often make items that just completely brick your build like immediately or regard like absolute massive investment for it to be good. But a lot of the uniques we do change the way your uniques, like not uniques, your skills work, which then requires you to build them differently. So yeah,
They're always exciting. I love having problems to solve. I love that designing uniques. So that amulet sounds cool. That's a new one you said, the focus one?
Yeah, I can probably show it at some point. Maybe.
Oh, stall with one more question.
Yeah, there's probably something other thing we want to show, and I can.
Oh, okay. Well, I have a great stalling
but...
question. Then, okay, I've seen it spammed in the chat. Everybody is looking at Karv's shirt, your hat, Judd. Real life merch store win. Is this even a possibility in the future? Maybe associated with supporter packs, which were actually teased, not released yet, right? Just recently.
Correct.
Is this coming maybe in the future?
Yeah. I think the answer here is very likely yes. It's something that we really enjoy. The team internally is always asking for additional merch for sure. So it's something that as the team grows in size and we're able to support the logistics of something like that, I think we're very keen as a studio to start to do that. And if we do, it will likely take shape in terms of supporter packs. And t-shirts are kind of the bread and butter there, but I would be really interested to see if there's other cool, unique physical type items that we could be creating. One thing that I've had in mind, and this is not happening, this is not underway, so don't read into this too much. But I really want a physical epoch. And
yes.
Have you seen those little desk items that use magnetism to float an item? I really want one of those with a little epoch artifact. And so if the dream comes true, we'll have physical merch at some point, and maybe we can even have some really cool items like that. Yeah.
That sounds awesome. Got to make the dream come true, you guys. We want our physical epochs. That's great.
Absolutely.
We all want merch inside the company. Yes,
we do.
Yeah.
We do. The poor embroidery lady down the street, we're still not like a large operation in that manner whatsoever. So there's a little lady down the street that does our embroidery, and we just give her so much work just for the team, team.
Definitely. All right. Karv, did we stall long enough with the merch question?
Oh yes. Yes.
Oh, we did? Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm ready. Go.
So
You're
first
good.
of all, yeah, we can take a look at the I believe this has already been posted on Reddit as a clarification, because we had the old version in the the mega thread. So we have shown this already. I think this is actually the maximum rolls you can get on the mana guard now. And this basically turns focus into, you could say it's like a warpath then, because now you're channeling and things happened around. This was very powerful in the original form. Like, we had to nerf it multiple times because how strong it was. But yeah, that's it. And then other things on the Caesar and somewhere else, we might have shown cocooned items.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, so cocooned uniques. I believe the only way to obtain these is just it's a echo objective. So normally one of your echo objectives, like, slay a champion or exalt mage. Oh yeah, these are new ones. And then the boss, or complete the beacon and stuff like that. So one of the new objectives is to slay enemies until you find these cocooned uniques. And so when you try to put this on, it just reveals a random unique. And we're getting really lucky with just everything having it's LP, it looks like. Damn.
Wow.
These do have
there we go,
a
finally.
slightly increased chance to roll LP.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. I don't remember exactly how much, but you are more likely to get LP on these. And yeah, I can't wait to see these reveal a full stash of cocooned items videos. I'm ready. Oh, there's some uniques here. I see.
Oh, we gotta look at them.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I mean, if they're rolling,
Yeah,
it's
that
fate.
looks like it looks like a new unique, which was one of my mentioning, where just stacking curses helps, and you can get curses on other masteries than being a warlock. Basically, a lot of the curses on warlock basically require you to be a warlock to get them, because some of them come from skill trees or from the some skills. So if you are playing acolyte but not a warlock, such as a necromancer for minions, you can get some other cool curses for them. So yeah.
Okay,
I
dude,
think
that item art. Oh my gosh, that's incredible.
Oh yeah. Yeah. There's a different. There's a couple different versions. I think there's 3 different versions of this.
Oh.
So these, there's a Bone Curse, Inflicts Penance, Decrepify, and then Acid Skin is the last one. So these are kind of cool. And I think we might have mentioned something about the Weaver tree. We might want to look at.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, go for it.
Yeah.
Do you need some time to prepare?
No, I can just.
Oh,
I can
wow.
just
Here we
open
go.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, I can just open it. So yeah, we have a lot of cool customization, and it might look like a small tree at first, but most of these now just have multiple points you can put in them, so you can.
Did Karv just freeze?
Oh, I think he did.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you guys didn't shut him down, did you? Did you cut him off?
We pulled the plug on him. We talked to HR. We're like, pull the plug. He's showing too much.
Oh, see, he was unveiling everything.
I believe there's
Here he is.
Yep.
Oh, he's back.
And since we are talking about itemization,
Karv, can you
Are we
hear
good?
us?
You're back, Karv.
yes, I can hear you.
Oh,
Okay,
cool.
you were away for about 20, 30 seconds there.
Oh, he didn't.
You
miss
had
out
ended
too
at
much.
like it looks like it's a small skilled small tree,
Okay, yeah,
multiple
yeah.
points.
Yes. Most of these points, you can put multiple points in them to get a higher benefit of what the node provides. Like, for example, you have some loot lizard spawn rates. They come from caches. You can get some more lizard tails and guaranteed unique item whenever you unburden loot lizards. Since we don't slay them, we help them. And since
True.
we are in an itemization discussion, we might want to take a look or discuss some of these a bit. So we have these cool nodes in the tree that allow you to imprint an item in there. So, for example, do I happen to have some? Let's say that for there. So you can imprint these items into the viewer tree, and then when you do specific things, for example, in this one, when you get echo rewards, you have a chance to get similar items to what you have imprinted here. So for example, it could provide bone amulets because that's the base. It could provide uniques because it's a unique. In the cases of exalted items, etc., or like legendaries, affixes that are there, or a combination of them. There's some limitations, like for example, you can't get boss-specific uniques. Like if you put the allies here, or like any of the Uber uniques here, they will not drop randomly. I'm not sure if we currently are excluding them from here, but it is explained here. But so these allow you to greatly enhance the ability to find not only the base types, but also the item type, like the subtypes. So not only not a ring, but like a iron ring or a silver ring, for example. And I'd expect to see a lot of these imprints with some stuff like red rings and whatnot, in hopes of people getting those. And we have so this is armor and jewelry. Then we have one that is armor and weapon, and then we have weapon and jewelry. So you can't just put red ring on all of them. We had a long discussions about how we want to do that, or if you want to limit them. I think currently there isn't a node that would allow you to have an idol in here, but that might be something in the future. We'll see. And then this one on the top is an interesting one, because this is specific to slaying champions, and the item that you have here has a chance to drop the item that comes out of it with one of the affixes as a sealed one.
Uh-huh.
So there's some cool potential stuff you can do here as well.
Yeah, and worth noting that you're imprinting these items, so you're not losing the ability to equip them. So if you've got your
Yes,
red ring and need
correct.
to keep wearing it, it's imprinting it. You're not losing it.
Yeah, as you can see,
Okay.
let's take this. Let's take this as an example. For example, here the fang. When I put it here, it is still here, so you don't actually lose it. So yeah, it's just there, which is cool. And then you can. I think we revealed this already, but you can imprint 2 Woven Echoes. So if there's some particular Woven Echoes that you really like, you can imprint them. And then they will just spawn on your Echo Web. Obviously, more rare and rewarding ones have a lower chance, but they are pretty cool.
Like Uber Aberath you can put on here?
Yes. If you imprint 2 Uber Aberoth Bone Echoes here, you are able to just randomly get Uber Aberoth
Hello.
in your web. Yes.
Well, that's pretty sweet.
And like you talk about the customization, so a lot of things why I really like this is you can do things like you can convert some of the rewards, like for example this one, the glyph is no longer a reward. It's now something else instead. Then we have the obvious no longer getting arena echoes, which is cool. There's a lot of interesting things here. Oh, we're getting ads again, it looks like.
Getting ads again? Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm
Stall
seeing
for a
the chat
sec.
spam.
Dang, I ran as many ads as possible, everybody. I'll wait to ask my next question then about this. Judd, what games are you playing on your Oculus?
You know, I haven't touched that thing in a long time.
No way.
No, I haven't. I haven't. I have an Oculus 2, and that's the 3. And when I use those, I usually go into this app called Wander, which is basically like Google Maps, but you can do it in VR, and so you can just like go anywhere in the world. It came with a specific game that was cool. It was like a dungeon hack and slash type
Okay.
game with some level of itemization. I have never been so sick in my life. I like had to lay down. I was so physically ill after playing that game. I want so badly to be able to enjoy those things, but
Yeah.
it's you get your VR legs after a while. Apparently,
Right.
I haven't gotten them yet.
Eventually the tech will be there. Okay, we're back.
Yeah.
Thank you, chat. We just stalled talking about VR for a second. Sorry, Karv. The ads interrupted us. Let's go.
Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, so one of the reasons many of the reasons I'm very excited about VR 3 is being able to not only customize what content you get, but also what you get out of the, just your normal everyday echoes, because they still exist there. So, for example, you can entirely remove all the glyph rewards, and it just gives you something else instead. And then you can do the same for arena keys, and then you can do the same for experience, and then you can say the runes, and suddenly you'll have a lot less possible rewards that most people think are bad. And we also have some new ones.
Ooh. So if you want to like blast experience, you could just narrow everything down and like make experience one of the only rewards you can get.
Yeah, I don't think you can quite remove everything. But you can increase the stuff you get a decent amount. And then Memory Amber, the sync on your idols, farming your perfect idols and all that. So you can now have a Memory Amber as a reward for completing echoes if you take this. And I think there's another one for bow and echoes as well. And then I believe there's one specific for dungeon keys. Yeah, here. So we have the one that provides just keys, which can be dungeon keys, but this one is specific to dungeon keys.
Have we talked about portal charms?
Yeah, this can also give you those.
We're implementing portal charms, and one of the ones that we think that people are really going to enjoy is it's a charm that you insert into the dungeon that allow you to portal directly to the boss of the dungeon. And we're implementing a black market key trader in Upper Majelka, and you can trade any 3 dungeon keys for a portal charm. So people that have a whole lot of excessive dungeon keys will be lucky to go in and trade those things and be able to portal directly to the bosses.
That's sweet. Infinite boss gauntlet. Just go in and blast the boss. People love that.
Yeah. There's a lot of nodes we could go over, but I'm not sure if we have time or we want to do that. Is there any nodes we should take a look at?
Anything, you guys?
Nemesis nodes. Cool Nemesis nodes, Karv.
I think they are, here. So yeah, we could.
Oh, I like that highlight function. I just got to shout you guys out. That's very clear.
Yeah, so obviously you just get more Nemesis. You want Nemesis? You can get more Nemesis. There's, I think, 2 Woven Echoes that have something to do with Nemesis. At least one that allows you, lets you farm them a bit more as well. Yeah, Nemesis escapes through a portal after being empowered. You get some. This is specific to the Nemesis weapon types, like weapon bases, that when you kill a Harbinger, it upgrades. So this was something that was quite hard to farm previously, because there wasn't the only way to get the Nemesis specific weapons was by just getting them from Nemesis. So you had to banish them a lot to hopefully get the correct base, and then on top of that, you really needed to get lucky to get the good stuff on them as well. So this is going to help you farm Nemesis bases if your build wants to use those. There's one scepter especially which is really strong, the base grade scepter, and then you can put them into your tomb cemeteries as well. The Nemesis, that is. If you put 3 points here, it's guaranteed that the tomb and cemeteries are going to have a Nemesis that is possessed, which makes it stronger.
One of my favorite woven echoes is the Nemesis Tower, where you're climbing the tower and you have back-to-back Nemesis. People are really going to enjoy that one because you get to see the evolution of the items very rapidly.
My favorite by far, just the Abyssal Trap, where Shade just pops into your echo and wants to have a chat.
That's cool.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier on, like one of the reasons we added a system like this is to ensure that when we're adding new seasonal mechanics, that we've got a method they are ready to modify and interact with that. So that's going to help us in the long term as well.
And do you think when you add a new seasonal mechanic, you might immediately add it to the Weaver tree, or will you wait to see if the community enjoys it and then add it post-season if it ends up staying in the game?
Yeah, I think at the moment, anything we're adding seasonally is added to the base game. I don't think we're at a point where we wouldn't add a system like Nemesis and then take it away because it's too valuable. The game needs more of those random encounters. At a certain point, that would be the case. But we're probably a wee bit far out from doing that at the moment.
Nice.
Now that I was on a Shade, I got another thing I wanted to really mention is, and this is pretty relevant for items. So farming items from Shade. When we added when we buffed the corruption catch-up. So if you have one timeline at a very high corruption, and then you want to farm Shade at like a lower corruption because it's faster or whatever, safer. What ended up happening is your timeline went up in corruption because you killed Shade through the corruption catch-up. And then what you had to do is you had to do the echo in the middle at the start to lower the corruption again, and then go farm another Shade. And it was just really tedious, annoying little thing that we totally missed on that because we wanted to buff the corruption catch-up, and there were people who wanted to farm Shade at a very specific lower corruption than their highest is. So now if you take this node, you can farm Shade in that specific corruption and it doesn't increase the corruption anymore with the catch-up mechanic. So any Shade farmers who want to do very specific corruption, here's a note for you.
Player agency, gotta love it.
Yeah. There's a lot of good stuff in here.
Yeah, there is. Something maybe trivial popped into my head, Judd, when you talked about climbing the tower with the Nemesis.
Yeah.
Are all of these woven echoes new environments, like new maps? I know that might seem like little. I'm just a big fan of new places, and I saw one that looked like it was on an island in the middle of the ocean, and some monster was swimming around. Are these all new or a mix?
I think the majority of them are brand new.
Yeah.
Oh,
the vast majority. Yeah, the vast majority of them brand new. Some of them are like
That's
new,
big.
and also in the sense of maybe using the ancient era, which is more to come there. But yeah, I think the original plan was maybe to have more and reuse existing echo layouts. However, that didn't seem right to do at the same time as adding procedural generation and things like that. So yeah, we did put a bit more effort into have them feeling much more unique.
I love that.
Yeah, there's a couple very unique style woven echoes. And we wanted to. We had a lot of ideas for a lot of different, totally different mechanics and whatnot. But I'd expect some of those to come in the future, hopefully.
Exciting.
Because we obviously needed to get all of the must-have kind of thing, like all of the new itemization related Woven Echoes, and then just all the cool bosses and whatnot.
Right.
But we have a couple really cool fun ones there. But yeah, I think it's time for me to take off the streaming again, so you can see our
there you go.
faces.
There we go. All right, you guys, that was beautiful. The Weaver Tree. Now, before I get to my final question for all of you, is there anything else you guys would like to show for Tombs of the Erased? Anything else?
I think
likewise, the picking up crafting materials and having those automatically be sent to your crafting panel is just one of my favorite things coming with this patch as somebody who plays on gamepad. People on keyboard and mouse will also benefit greatly from that. That's a very, very good update. And then the inventory tabs, being able to have keys and woven echoes and your items be stored in different inventory tabs is a really good quality of life thing.
Definitely.
Also,
right,
if you're a veteran player as well, your monolith progression through normal timelines is shared with characters that have access to that stash. So it's less of a slog to get through the monolith. If you know what you're doing on your alt characters, you've already gear for them, and you know how to play the game, you'll be able to test more builds out faster.
Nice.
Did we mention that you will be able to use keys to respawn in dungeons, either at the floor that you were on or at the boss?
Oh.
We didn't. Now we have. Yeah.
Yes, that's a good one. That's a good one.
For all those people dying to that girl, I can't remember, her name is escaping me, the Chronomancer girl.
Jorah.
Jorah, yeah. Oh, God.
Yeah. Now, again, on hardcore, don't do that. It's not going to save you. It's not going to save you. But for our softcore players, it's helpful.
Yeah. All right.
We got some other cool things coming in as well that we haven't revealed yet, I think.
Ooh. I mean, it's going to be an exciting day, you guys. And I think we all know, there's going to be a lot of new and returning players flocking to Last Epoch for this massive update. You guys had, I think it's 9 months to cook, and you guys cooked a feast. Okay. Do you have any message to all these people that are going to be trying out Last Epoch when it drops April 17th? Like, what is your advice from you three? You're logging into Ellie the first time, character select, you load in. What do you tell them?
Yeah, I think for me, I've got a very specific way of playing RPGs where, a lot of people recommend that you play Last Epoch without a build guide. Just play yourself, learn the game that way, and I think that's a correct way to do it. I like to hedge my bets though. In general, I look up build guides and look up, skills being used to understand if I would like to play that type of content, and then I'll bookmark that guide, but I won't use it, and then I'll proceed through the game myself. And if things work out, I make the same decisions as that, as the build creator, and I get to feel smart about that. Or if I'm struggling, I get something to fall back on. And I think for me, that's the way to do it, because you get to feel smart if you make the right decisions there, but you've also got a backup plan if things aren't going so well and you're having trouble scaling into empowered monoliths.
Yeah, piggybacking off that, getting in there and just following the fun with the skill system and the crafting system that we have, you should be able to go in there and make a build that will at least be able to get through the campaign. And if you end up finding that you're in a challenging position and you're just not powerful enough to get past a certain progression point, you can open the crafting panel and add some shards to gear. It's a very easy way to go and get through the campaign without having to follow a build guide or anything of that nature. Also, just in case people aren't aware, we have this really robust in-game guide. Press G to open that up. It's got an absolute wealth of knowledge and everything that you'll need to know to be successful in the game. So again, don't feel like you need to follow a build guide. I will say that there are a lot of really fantastic creators that put a lot of love and effort into making build guides that are really enjoyable and really good, really easy to follow. So it's great if you do like to do that. There's a lot of great creators that you can go and support in that way as well.
My two things would be to go watch a streamer, because there's Twitch drops. To get
big.
some cool MTX, and then the other one would be to keep your chat open to really live the through the all the fun and hype and everything that people are chatting on the and helping each other. And even if you are an offline player, instead of going full offline mode, you could go just through offline while having a chat to be able to chat with people while playing, to not feel so alone. Even though there's a lot of people who like to play alone, but I especially like to just chat with people. Like I'm gonna be chatting in hardcore for sure.
Awesome. You got to share your drops in global. You just have to do it. It makes the game feel so much funner.
Oh yeah, just link all the GG stuff that you get from Nemesis early on, because you can get tier 7s from Nemesis with on legendaries and whatnot. You just link those on chat and you just like, oh, what is that? It's good times.
Your hardcore deaths or achievements will also be in chat via announcements as well. That's something new to season 2.
Oh, that's so cool. That's awesome.
So you can at the start of a season you can feel you can live vicariously through others. That's how I do it.
That is exciting. Love those.
I'm not sure if that has been told before. I'm not sure if that.
I think that's what Karv was kind of hinting around.
I was trying to go around it, but yeah.
We're really excited to get that across the line for sure. It'll be a good one.
That's exciting, you guys. Well, if there's nothing else, thank you so much for your time. I think the number one thing being spam right now is servers take our energy. Everybody's so excited to log in. It's gonna be a really big day, you guys. Congratulations on this lead up, and I hope launch day goes well. I really do.
Thanks so much, Try. It was an absolute pleasure getting to chat.
100%.
Awesome.
I'll talk to you all later. I'll see you in game as well. All right, that's the cut for the YouTube, you guys. I'll just take off stream really quick. Thank you guys so much. That was a lot of fun.
That was fun.
Yeah, thanks. That was a lot of
Okay, chat. W or L? W or L? Wait, is anybody still there? Are people still here, or did everybody leave? I had to talk with them for a little bit. Oh my gosh, I was beyond nervous. I was beyond nervous, dudes. Oh, I thought that went really well. I really do. Ugh. I tried to do as much homework as possible. I hope that shined through. I know a lot of people thought, you know, I'm PoE2 Andy, but this looks great, and I'm really excited to play it. So, massive W. Go watch the PoE2 interview, and you will feel much better. What? My homework paid off? Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. People just popping up. Oh, I was so glad the screen share worked. Oh, yeah, that was really fun. Huge thanks to Photon for setting that up. I don't know if you're still in the chat, Photon. Really appreciate it, man. And huge thanks to Karv, Judd, and Ross for appearing. Oh, it's 9 days away. Yeah, it's 9 days away. Thank you. And I'm sorry about the ads, guys. We like ran so many. I don't know how people get like 3-hour ad, like no ad breaks. Now we need the Last Epoch login for the 17th. 100%. I'll get that set up. All right, I'm just telling them thank you really quick. Okay, you can turn ads off in your stream settings. It requires some steps though, but you won't get revenue. I know. And then I got to turn them back on after because I do want, you know, maybe I want to make this happen one day. Oh, here you go. Can I turn this on? Add to, try emotes, confirm Last Epoch login. All right, I want to see a Last Epoch login spam. There we go. Last Epoch login spam. Let's go. Yeah. Speaking of ads, I'll run a 3-minute one real quick. Okay. Ads, then talk a bit, then GGG interview watching. Last Epoch login. Let's go. I'll be right back, you guys. Let me put it on my stream. I'll be right back, bathroom. All right. Thank you all so much for tuning in. You guys have no idea how much it means to me. Like, I really appreciate that. I'll be right back. Okay, exiles and travelers. What is going on? I had to drink. I had to tell my wife I think it went well. I think it went well. And now let me update the titles of everything just so people don't think the interview is still ongoing. Here you go. Then GGG. Odd. Okay. Okay, there we go. YouTube title updated. And I guess. Okay. Brand new interview. I'll update the YouTube thing, the title after the VOD is over. Oh my goodness. That was, I think that went really well. Man, you guys can't even believe I was freaking. My interview was one of the interviews of all time. Oh, no, you're talking about something else. Oh, guys, I just need to like, oh, it looks so good. It looks really good. And I know that the like near the tail end when I asked about the echoes having new environments, that won't matter to a lot of people. That actually does matter to me. I think that's so cool. Like I noticed that when Karv was on that map, that was like the rainstorm, and it was almost like that that eagle map transition where you're fighting all of the bird people while on the eagle flying. Instead, you were on an island and waves were crashing onto the island and there was this massive monster swimming around. I bet that's from the prehistoric era and it looks sweet. But yeah, I hope the Last Epoch community and the ARPG community appreciated that. I attempted. Oh, so Shiro, I recognize that because I didn't know if they wanted to show more. So I'm cutting those out in post. So they won't even exist. Don't even worry. Don't even worry, Soshiro. But totally agree. Oh, Think Like, first time here and you really enjoyed it? Awesome. I'm really glad to hear that. I mean, I'm just sending them one more message. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to try to cut the ad breaks out of the VOD. Okay. Okay, so now we are moving on to something different. Okay, does anyone have the broadcast of the interview that Ziz is doing? Because I want to start from the beginning. No, we're not insulting PoE 2. No. What do you mean we're insulting PoE 2? Literally nobody's insulting PoE 2. No. Goodness. All right, thank you, Munkin. Oh, you're making jokes. Okay. I just want to snuff that out. Oh, it's live on YouTube. All right, we'll do the YouTube live stream.
A million times.
Okay. All right, here we go. Okay. Here we go. First time watcher. Well, welcome. I typically do PoE stuff, but I also play Last Epoch, and I do enjoy the game, and I'm going to play it probably a heck of a lot more. because I led that with that in the interview, that I burnt out in the end game, but it seems like they've done a really good job fleshing that out. Okay, what am I doing? There's that. Okay. All right. Well, I hope this interview is going well. You guys are all acting like it is not going well. That sucks. We're gonna see how it goes. All right.
Donating and stuff, subbing and stuff like that. I mean, feel free to continue. The YouTube ads is when you play. Right. So.
Okay. This should be it. Oh boy.
Hello.
Oh, we're got to change category. Sorry, yep. Let's change out of Last Epoch. Thank you. All right. Let's see it. Here we go.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, let's do it.
Very quiet.
Audio test. I'm going to turn you up to 120. Let's test again.
Okay. Does it sound good?
Hello, hello. This is Mark.
Still very quiet.
Let's see. Still louder. Okay, I'll turn you up to 160.
Okay.
Try talking.
Can you? How does it sound now? Does that sound alright?
And how does this sound? This is Mark again.
Mm-hmm. We might be able to get it turned up on our end.
Well, I think now is good. I'm going to try to get a...
Okay.
Ooh. But I have echo when I speak, I think. Yeah, I can hear myself.
Oh, okay. Alright, we'll just get our...
You guys are scaring me in the chat. Oh my gosh. Guys, you're literally terrifying me. Should I not watch this on stream? Am I going to get depressed? Because I'm on cloud 9 right now, because that was an amazing chat with these dudes. I don't know, because everybody's saying how it's like, okay, all right guys, let's buckle in. Let's buckle in, you guys. Here we go.
Our audio guy to
Still very quiet.
fix that.
Yeah.
Alright. Can you try again now?
All right. Hello? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I don't think I have echo anymore. How...
Great.
What's... How...
Let me add to my thing that I'm watching it blind. Being blind was doing awesome Ellie dev interview. Okay. All right. There we go.
I'm still louder than them. Yeah, maybe turn yourselves up a little bit.
Okay. Hey Jen, are you able to get the sweet.
I have the volume maxed up for you guys, so I'm gonna wait.
Alright. Apparently it's cranked up a bit now. Is that better?
How's that chat?
Is that okay?
Test, test. How is this chat? How is this?
A bit more. I mean, I can turn them up a little bit more. I can put them up to 170.
Okay.
All right. Try now.
Alright. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is that okay? Hopefully that's alright.
Okay, everybody's saying good. And my comparative audio to them is
Alright.
good?
Alright.
My last Epoch interview is over. It went phenomenal. The VOD is going to be on my YouTube channel, you guys. So I'll link my YouTube right here. I'm going to post it as soon as the stream ends, essentially. But the VOD is already up. It was awesome. It went really well.
Okay, cool. Everyone's saying good. I just hope my OBS doesn't crash during this. Like, I've had some, like, OBS issues lately.
Okay.
So, hopefully not. But yeah. I'm ready to start. I'll do just, like, a quick intro, and then we go. But, yeah.
The audio good, you guys?
Thank you so much for joining me here for a podcast after the launch of Point 2. This is Jonathan and Neon, for those that don't know, directors of GGG, and yeah, we're here to talk about the launch.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's always good to have a chat. Obviously it's a bit of a contentious launch in some ways this time, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions about that. But it's always good to have a chat.
Yeah. No, I do have a lot of questions, so I think we'll just get right into it.
Sure.
A lot of people are pretty unhappy with the current state of the game, especially like our relative power to the monsters earlier on. And obviously we are finding some builds that are feeling okay and that are stronger, but I'm asking, are the slower and more challenging builds the intended pace of the game?
Well, I don't know that. Once again, I mean, we get this question a lot, right? Of just the like, what is the pace of the game supposed to be? And I honestly find it hard to answer that because of the way that like there isn't really an obvious way to even quantify that, given that players have so many different abilities. What I will make all I can say is that if people are unhappy, then we will keep on improving things until they're not unhappy anymore. Because ultimately we want to get the smooth progression where, you start the game, you feel weak, you get stronger, you get stronger, you get stronger, you keep on feeling stronger and stronger. And like you have to have that like progression where you're feeling more and more powerful as you're going through. So if you're not feeling that, then that means there's something that we have to improve and get better. So like it really comes down to like, okay, if you're talking about a weaker build, like, well, what build is it? And then we'll be looking into that and seeing what we can do to improve it. Like we just have to go through these things one at a time.
So I think right now the problem is that it's almost every build this week for a lot of archetypes, and that it's more like it's definitely in the minority that people are like, oh, I found something that works. So it's like almost like the reverse there.
Yeah, see? So me, right, on my Amazon, I am now doing Lightning Spear, Primal Strikes, and I just feel like uber busted, right? I mean, it was very slow with Fangs of Frost and Explosive Spear before. I didn't get the like crazy feel. I thought it felt the same as point one. Obviously, there were changes to like monster health and everything, and I was wrong. It was like monsters were way tankier than point one. So I feel like I've lucked out into it. I also see I'm playing a warrior. I did Act 1 in 1 hour 4 minutes. I was like, yeah, speed run, baby. And I'm almost done with Act 2, and I'm at like 2 hours and what is it, 20 minutes? Anger mist right here. I'm just kidding. But yeah, like I understand what Jonathan is saying. Well, let's let him answer. I'm curious to hear what they say to this. Do I rock climb? No, and I'm not related to Alex Honnold.
And I guess I'm curious, like what amount of time are you expecting people to take going through the entire campaign, or on your own test run, or like when you're doing test runs, how long do you take on a first campaign run?
I actually haven't measured that on the current version, and it doesn't necessarily always work that way. Like the number of times I play through the full, and when I say campaign here, I'm talking about 6 acts, not just 3.
Yeah.
If you're talking about the amount of time, like doing that, I might only do that that full run 2 or 3 times in total as we're developing a class.
Yeah.
Much more often I'm either testing this part or I'm testing that part or whatever. And I honestly am not sure exactly what amount of time that's taking. But as I said, I don't know that the time. The thing is, the presupposition with this question is that that we have a goal in mind for the amount of time for the campaign.
I think this is kind of what I was saying on Twitter. I was kind of talking with people, If you'll remember, see, people, I think, okay, back at ExileCon, was it 2019? I think Quinn asked the question to Chris, oh, well, how long is the campaign going to be, And I think Chris said, oh, the goal is for it to be a little bit shorter than the Path of Exile 1 campaign. That's not happening. I don't think, even when you get to optimized status, I don't see that ever happen. I get anger mist, right? Crazy dude. I don't know if that'll that's a lot. This is a crazy answer to the question, guys. I don't even know what to say. This is a crazy question. They don't know how long they would like it to take. If they want it to take longer, I feel like they just need to say it. I don't think they should waffle. Why are they waffling? Don't waffle. Just be like, no, we want it to take, 15 to 20 hours every time. Zizarin, we want you to take 15 to 20 hours in the campaign. But then, you know what they should also say? Ascendancy respec, right? Something like that, I think. Well, Alex Albert doing it every 3 to 4 months. Yeah, I don't know, right? There are some people like myself who, I mean, I enjoy the campaign. I like it being a part of the game experience, right? And then there's a lot of people who would like to get to endgame as fast as possible. Campaign skip has been the biggest debate. But if this is the intention, if the intention is for the campaign to be long, they need to come out and say it, I feel like, right? Instead of not saying it. I don't know. Like, I'm shocked that they're not. Yeah, okay. All right. I think 10 to 12 hours for people that know the game is reasonable. Yeah, more than reasonable. Okay, let's listen. I'll shut up. My goodness.
And the implication of that is that the campaign itself is not fun. But it's like, if that's the implication, then we just want to make that fun, right? It's like the campaign should be fun to play. The amount of time it takes, to me, is not nearly as relevant as just make it fun, right? If you aren't having fun, we want to make sure that it is. So like, that's why, when we're like, okay, people are saying like, we don't like the Act 3 areas, make those shorter. It's like, well, what amount of, I don't think that quantifying that in an amount of time is the right way to look at it. It's like, here are some areas that are unfun. I'll make those areas fun, and then whatever the duration of time that takes will not be bothering you. And that may result in the areas becoming shorter, but making it shorter is not like it isn't a time metric that we are looking at to determine whether or not the game is good. It's, is the game good fun to play? So like that I guess is kind of the way that I would look.
Okay, guys, you can't say you don't see what Jonathan's saying, right? What Jonathan is saying makes total sense. For the ARPG community, right? One, being able to get to endgame is the fun, right? Because endgame is where it like opens up. The campaign is usually far more linear and everything. So what they're trying to do is make it fun for that crowd too, right? Like that's kind of the goal. Not even about fun, it's just too big. Not fun because it's too long. People want to be in endgame ASAP because PoE2 is currency driven. Oh, I'm not a fan of currency but that's what people do. Does that make sense? I don't mind the campaign if I feel a progression. Right. And that's what they need to fix. They kind of skipped over it. What about new players? Well, new players, like I took 60 hours playing the PoE1 campaign as a new player. Hours fun, slow and long, no fun. I agree with what he's saying, but some people like it to be zoom and it's taking too long in most zones. Yeah, like, everything is pretty sensible here. Like, I might enjoy the campaign right now for the most part, but I know that lots of people don't. And I understand why they don't enjoy it. And I understand why I don't enjoy it. It's because I am just literally, I'm just playing, right? I like the feel of the game as opposed to like the currency chase and the incremental power chase in the end game. I like that, but I also like the campaign and the feel I get playing through it. Yeah, I mean, this is already off to a rough start. Hopefully it gets better. Here we go.
Things. And that's, I think, what puts us a little bit, like, when it comes to communication with the community, like, people will have their opinion about what they think is the reason that the game isn't fun, and they might be right or they might not be right or whatever. But at the end of the day, what we're looking at is just like, okay, you're obviously having a bad time. We want to fix that. So we're going to look at so what we'll do is we'll be like, okay, so you're saying Act 3 isn't good. We'll look at Act 3. We'll look at the reasons why it might be bad. we'll fix those reasons, and then that may or may not reduce the time. Or in this case, it definitely will. Like it's shortened it by a lot. But to me, it's like the frustrating thing is when you go down a dead end and you're like, okay, like this is bad, or and then like you have to respawn, or then the area doesn't like the area despawns and you're like you have to do things again, that kind of stuff, right? That's the stuff that people don't like to do. And so that's where we sort of look at. And so then when it coming back to builds again, once again, it's like, okay, if you're not having fun with your build, then that is a problem. We'll fix that. But it's not like there's a correct pace for the game to be played at as such. We just need to make sure that you're enjoying yourself.
Well, I guess the follow-up to that was I, among with many others, were not expecting a nerf to just how the campaign felt in general, right? In the last interview I heard, it really sounded like the intention was to target things at the top end. But there were so many things that nerfed us during the campaign here. And
the thing I would say about that,
I would like to finish.
Sure. Okay.
A lot of people are really wondering about the long-term direction for the game with that in mind, because they were also not expecting that. So a lot of people are wondering
if the campaign, to be clear,
that was going to be my question.
That was not our intention.
So
yeah, we
should be more powerful than we currently are during the campaign then.
Well, that one.
Oh, no. This is like the DM Ghazi interview in January again. I don't know, guys.
I will have to look at specific cases, right? Because like that comes down to like okay, so like we already did something about that, right? Where we like nerfed Monster Life, and it's possible that we'd have to nerf Monster Life again if that's still a problem. Like that's the kind of thing that we can do. But the thing is that like as I said, like the first thing we heard when everyone was saying this, the first thing we thought was like, what the hell? We didn't even nerf the campaign. Like literally, that's what all the developers were saying. We didn't nerf this. Why is everyone saying we nerfed it? And so like then it's like, well,
are they talking about build power during the campaign? Also, I just noted I have giant sweat stains. I was leaking like I don't know. I was leaking. I was so nervous, guys. The VOD for this, I think it's still live. I'm just rewatching it. Thanks for posting it in the chat. Oh boy.
Found a few things, but like we're still looking for what those things are. And like it's not always necessarily obvious with all the changes that you make and things, because I can absolutely tell you that our goal here was nerf the end game, right? Like nerf the no, it wasn't even nerf the end game. What it was nerf the things that were trivializing the end game before you've even managed to get like your items and stuff like that. Like just the really trivial easy shit. Like that was our intention.
I mean, there were some blatant fuck ups.
Yeah.
Speaking bluntly, right? Like the minion change was just bad.
And when you say the minion change, are you referring to the rare minions or referring to the player minions? Because those are both of those were incredibly terrible.
Just fuck up. Yes.
Those were just fuck ups. And the thing is, it's so easy for shit for like that to slip through.
Well, we have a bit of and look, a lot of it is just because there's a little bit of it's early access, so we're allowed. But we are firing from the hip a lot here. And stuff like that, like let's get it in there, let's try it out, see how people think, and if it's bad, we just undo it, right? Like,
but they were working on it for 4 months. This is what I understand responding to player feedback, but I also think they should have a long-term goal in mind. I just think that's better. Like, I felt like they had a cohesive long-term goal in mind all the way leading up to early access launch. And then in that Ziggy D interview, after they revealed what the Atlas was in the endgame, Ziggy D said, roadmap? And they said, no, we're just going to respond to player feedback. And that's good. But I still feel... I don't know. Oh, guys. I already did the Last Epoch interview. The replay is going to be on my YouTube channel after this.
We do regress on a decent number of things in the first few days of a release, and so yeah, there are some pretty blatant fuck ups. So yeah, that's exactly what happened with the rare minion life. It was like, what the? Why are now? I don't know why it felt this way, but 100% it was the case that the minions was for some reasons the rare minions were surviving longer than the rare often, and it's like, well, it doesn't. They don't have anywhere near as much life as the rare. And then again, once people got enough AOE and all of that, it solved it. But it was just a bad experience. There was just nothing good about that.
Right.
I
think there was definitely
There was nothing good about it. What the? I don't understand, guys. Okay, I'm being a little bit like more. Is critical the right word? Maybe it's not the right. It is like whiplash. Okay, we just chatted with the Last Epoch devs, and they felt so sure and so confident in their vision. And let's be honest, Last Epoch released is kind of like Path of Exile 2 Early Access, because Path of Exile 2 Early Access is being treated like a fully released game. And they seem so confident with everything, right? And I think Ziz said, you know, they knew the topics that they were probably going to talk about, right? As did the Last Epoch guys. And I know it was only focused on itemization, but like, I don't know. Like, people are probably like, oh, you've tilted too far to the other end. I am having a freaking blast playing PoE 2. I freaking love playing the current version. I know. So don't do it. I love it. But I can also see what is going on here. What is going on here? Like, it doesn't instill... Yeah. It's just frustrating. It's just frustrating.
Compounding of a few factors that were like on their own relatively small. But the thing is that if, and this is the question that I have is that like if people are still having a bad time during the campaign, if they're starting fresh now, because bear in mind as well that people will have an experience and then we'll change the balance behind them and then they still remember that the experience was bad and they're not playing it again to know that it got better. So the thing is, if you're playing it again and still having a bad experience in the campaign, then that would be a thing where it's like, okay, well, where are the campaign nerfs actually? Like, we have to find where they are, because I don't like it, I don't know that there's anything intentionally done there that we're sort of aware of left. And I think like that one just means that
I can give examples.
There might still be issues.
Yeah,
sure. We'll go for it.
So
what are some?
So the number one, especially to me, most oppressive thing is the relative speed of monsters compared to our ability.
Okay, good question from Ziz. This is big. This is big. This is one of the things, guys, that I totally agree with Ziz on. And I totally agree with the critiques. Speed of monsters too fast. This is where you stop watching. This is the answer, guys, because this is like my number one thing. And I feel like DM and Gazi asked them this question and they kind of moved on really fast. They started talking about bubble, what is it? You know, pushiness instead of this. This is like so important. Let's see.
Abilities to set things up. Like whenever you're
hang on, but that's not a thing that.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! He didn't even get the question out. Oh shoot! Uh-oh. My favorite part of a Souls game was getting swarmed by a track and field team with guns. True. Oh no. Oh goodness.
Changed though.
No, but
okay, let's just go back to what Ziz was saying.
I don't know that there's anything intentionally done there that we're sort of aware of left. And I think like that one just means that
I can give examples.
There might still be issues.
Yeah.
Sure. We'll go for it.
So
what are some?
So the number one, especially to me, most oppressive thing is the relative speed of monsters compared to our abilities to set things up. Like whenever you're talking...
Hang on, but that's not a thing that changed though.
No, but that's been continuously bad. It doesn't matter if it's changed or not.
Okay, sure. But what I'm saying is that so this is an example.
I think that has changed.
But that's just an example of something that's bad. So what I'm saying is that's not a thing that changed. So like, if you're talking about like, is it your intention to nerf the campaign?
But
then
we
no,
are
because
weaker now,
we
right? A
didn't do
lot of
that. But if you're saying
skills-
that's bad, I mean, that's a different question, right?
A lot of skills are weaker now, right? They were tuned down on a lot of things, and things that people are starting with weren't necessarily strong. So that relative speed of the monsters feels extra bad. Like you want us to set up these combos and stuff, right? Where we're throwing down like a cyclone and trying to do like a combo move, but the monsters are way too fast. They're rushing us. It's not even like the bosses are
So
the main problem, right? Like if you're seeing
So we
like
can-
clips.
Yeah, so let's talk about the monster speed thing. So one of the issues that we have is that if monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional. Like it's just 100% the case. Like you cannot if the monsters are slow, like anytime the monsters are slower than the player, then you can just run past them and they serve no, like they don't, like effectively you can just choose whether or not to engage or not. And like I don't think that kind of gameplay is good. Now there will probably be some areas like, and the thing is, a lot of the time when people talk,
I'll tell you guys, I can run past the monsters right now. I don't even know if the campaign is the real problem. I think it's more the end game and the scaling of like haste and haste aura. And just map modifiers like monster attack speed, movement speed, ability speed, and all that. I don't know if they're gonna touch on that. I feel like this is just a mistake. This whole interview is a mistake. I'm watching their faces. I just feel like this interview is a mistake. I have high MS boots. My warrior doesn't have any MS boots right now.
talk about stuff like this, it's like there'll be a few areas that are bad. Like I know there are definitely a few areas where like too many of the monsters are fast. So the Faradin are a good example of that. Where like when you go to the last areas of Act 2, like the Faradin are just really, really fast, and there's kind of nothing slow in the area, and so that's an example where like we probably want to make some tuning
I mean,
there.
to get more specific, like
Yeah.
I have someone right now literally going through the areas, all areas in the campaign, and listing all the areas that have a disproportionately high number of monsters that are too swarmy or too fast.
Right.
They're doing it literally as we speak up, and my intention after this is to go through, and so like,
Okay, yeah, but Revan, they gotta expect these questions. Why have the interview if you're not gonna have these tough questions? If I was interviewing, I would probably ask very similar questions to Zizarin. I probably would. I'm not gonna lie, you guys. I mean, I might have different opinions than Ziz, right? But I would probably ask very similar questions to Ziz. They should have answers to the questions. They should have answers to the questions or not do the interview. I
mean, a good example is like the canopy, right?
Yeah,
the
for
canopy.
sure.
The monsters are real fast, and then not only that, you're in a ritual with them in a tight, confined space, and it just you end up in this kind of moving around with packs. So if you're not fast enough to kill everything, you just get absolutely swarmed, and yeah.
I guess I'm
But
a
the thing,
little.
but just to continue with that though, I just want to mention that like one of the issues we run into is like people will say, oh, you know, like things should never be faster than the player and that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, if we did that, then the game would feel pretty lame. So it really is a question of like targeted changes, like finding where the worst things are and then solving that issue.
I really disagree with that. So you were saying like if the monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional, but like it's an ARPG. We want to kill the monsters. That's where all the loot is. That's where our XP is. Like, sure, you'll have some speedrun scenarios where people are running past them, but usually what ends up happening is that we're running past them, bunching them up in a large bunch and killing a bunch of them, and that just feels really good. That's a core part of ARPGs for a lot of people. So I don't think that being faster than the monster is as bad as you think it is. Like, we actively want to kill monsters. That is the entire premise.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you that gathering killing is fun, right? And you should still be able to do that. But I as I said, I don't think anything about the fact that some monsters are faster than the player prevents that. I don't think you can have areas where everything is slower than the player. Like it really isn't that great. In PoE 1.
Okay, I understand what Jonathan's saying. I do understand what they're saying, right? Zizarin, I think Ziz should say, why are there monster? Why do monsters get increased movement speed from haste aura, where they become so freaking fast, and this is so common. And in the end game, one of the most commonly rolled things just makes monsters zoom, 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 like that sort of stuff. And then the baseline, I think, especially at the end of the game, is way too fast. I think there's already a mix of monsters that are slow and fast in the campaign. Like, I don't know. Mark saves the interview. He's gonna pop in. He's ready. He's waiting.
In the distant past, we had that problem, and it just meant that running past monsters was the thing you did all the time. And then there were some changes, like, I don't know how many years ago it was, like, what was it, 4 years or something like that? When was the Act 1 like thing? Like, we made changes where we made a lot of monsters faster than the player. And at the time, and that wasn't negatively perceived at the time, it just made the monsters feel better that we had there. So, like, you absolutely can have monsters faster than the player, and I do think it's important to have those kinds of situations.
Well,
like,
if you're
it
talking
just
about
shouldn't be that it's like it's just that, like, you need to make sure
The Beatles are on meth. Okay, you guys got that. The Beatles are on meth. True.
you're getting the balance right. And I think that that's like a running theme with PoE2 in general, is that the target to hit is smaller. Like, because if we want the combat to be more engaging, then that means there's a smaller target that it puts more pressure on the balance to be right. And so I think that's the main issue that we're running into, is just that it's okay if okay, so this is sort of a larger topic, right? But effectively it's like in PoE1 there are so many tools that the knowledge ceiling is absolutely astronomical. And so you have a situation where a good player can completely dominate everything to like the absolute nth degree, right? Now, what that means is that you've got a scenario where the game seems like an impenetrable mountain to a new player, because like if you don't know what you're doing, the game is just like impossible to understand. And it's like there's all these tools that you can use to improve yourself, but the existence of everything like that and like having such a huge skill ceiling means that you can just trivialize the game right at the start. And so like what that also means though is that like if we get balance numbers wrong, like if a monster has like double life by accident in PoE1, it like doesn't even really matter. Whereas if a monster has double life in PoE2, it matters a lot. And so what I'm saying is that the threshold for what is right is like way tighter in PoE2, and so that means it will just take longer to balance and get it all correct. But it really is the case, I think, that it's getting all those numbers right that kind of makes it like that will make the combat ultimately fun at the end of the day. And like if we're doing our job correctly, then we'll still have this situation where a good player feels like they dominate and a bad player feels like they have a good time. But we won't have a situation where if you're a good player, the combat is so trivialized that you literally never have a moment where you're in any danger or having any kind of like level of like sort of interest going on. And I think that's the worry that we have when we're looking at things, is like if we get to the point where like a good player never has to face a single challenge ever, then I don't think that that's going to be a game that will ultimately be fun in the long term. And so that's kind of like, and like, so that is to me the reason, like what I fear happening if we just like say, okay, we're just going to like lower everything and make it easy. And that, once again, that isn't to say that we shouldn't necessarily, like maybe Monster Life does have to come down. Like if we're in the wrong band, we just need to lower it and that's fine. Like we will get to the point where that is fun, but we'll do that by while still making sure that we have a good experience for, like ideally for everyone, right? Like it should be the case that is balanceable to that way. It's just a lot harder in PoE2 context.
Well, I think a large portion want like bosses to be what is the challenging content, whereas right now it's almost the reverse, where there's so many clips of like people like dodge rolling away from like packs, right, and they're getting chased down, maybe not having a counterplay, and they're like, oh my god, I'm just being chased down. So, and also I sort of disagree on the Act 1 changes in PoE1 not being negatively received. I do remember there was quite a lot of people that really didn't like that because of what you mentioned with like the faster monsters is generally a bad thing. So I definitely do disagree with that.
Just because I'm like to have things to actually go and start to address. Like, can I get a gauge on what you think is like where in the game it starts to become a problem, or do you think it's like just straight out of the gate?
Straight out of the gate. Like even the second zone, like the first zone might be okay, but the second zone with the wolves, it's like pretty like instant, where I don't.
The fourth zone.
I feel like I'm getting that like ARPG playstyle.
But won't we be hurting more players than we're helping with that?
By making monsters
won't that
slower?
immediately make it? Yeah, won't that immediately mean that like a ton of players who actually enjoy the game because the combat is engaging immediately, like what, doesn't it kill the game for them? Like what I'm saying is like it's easy to say like, oh, you make the game easier and everyone's happy, but it isn't the case. Like a lot of people prefer the game to like actually have some challenge in it. Like for example, right? Okay, so here's the thing, right? So every night I go home and I play, and I like do test runs of everything, right? And it's like if we made it so that there wasn't any challenge for me in Act 1, I wouldn't play the game anymore, and that isn't helping anyone, right? Like I need to keep playing the game every night.
Oh shit! Oh boy!
To actually enjoy myself. It's like if I'm not enjoying myself, then it's like how can I even develop the game correctly? So on some level, it's like it has to be fun for me. And I know that if you like if you get to the point of having like everything just be trivial, it's like, well, okay, like why am I even playing this anymore? So that there has to be some level of challenge. Now,
there's just a lot. I just thinking more on this specific. There's a big spectrum here. Like for example, I know I have seen the feedback of Act 1 minus canopy and mana. Feel generally good on the pacing, the speed of monsters.
Right.
You feel like you can almost do no-hit runs, is like kind of what people have said. And then you get to Act 2, and it's not too bad at the very start. And then you get to the like Halani gates, and it's like, okay, now everything's gone off the reservation.
The Faradin have a problem.
And then you get
there's the Titan Valley as well.
I've seen a decent spectrum like that, and I 100% want to fix that. Like.
Right.
So that's why I was asking you for your example, because there's just a lot of people on the different spectrums here that want different things, and so I'm trying to understand what how much we would need to change things for the discussion with you as opposed to with other players.
Right.
So that's all I was asking there, because I do intend on slowing down those extreme zones, and I think there are like 10 of them. And I think that is at least something hopefully a lot of viewers are going to be happy to hear, which is like, okay, cool, they're going to address those. So the Dreadnought, Utsal, you've got Canopy. We're going to start. Those are the most egregious I'm listing. I'm not saying those are the only problematic ones.
Yeah.
And then you got areas like Titan Valley, which is just like riddled with annoying monsters that are just like out of control. And you got heaps of this. So start there. We keep working backwards until we catch as much as we can. And it's going to be a lot of different changes. So one could be, okay, like why is it that there are 6 different varieties of which all are just, as you've heard people mentioning, and I think I saw something that you had thing, which is they're playing PoE 1, I think, which I thought was a funny comparison. Which I'm like, okay, fair enough. They need to, not every monster needs to slow down, but like for example, some of them can be fast, and maybe the answer is, okay, they should be weaker. So sure, they engage you, but they die quick. Or maybe the answer is like there's too many of them, and then in a lot of the cases it's going to be like, okay, here's 6 different types of packs. Well, 6 of them are fast. Well, that's a problem. 5 is fast. That's a problem. 4 are fast. That's a problem. 3 are fast. That's probably still a problem. But 2 are fast. That's probably more acceptable. So you get 2 really slow, maybe 2 fast, 2 kind of in the middle.
Okay. I hear 2 conflicting visions. Uh-oh. Game Director 1 and Game Director 2. And, like, it's good to have people like another person to rally you in. That's why I think, spouses are very important. I have my wife who balances me out, right? But we still, I think, are trying to go the same direction, right? We're moving in the same. It sounds like Mark is understanding what's happening and Jonathan does not, or doesn't want to. Like, I don't know. It's like, and you think they would have talked about this beforehand and came to an agreement. One thing my wife and I do, never fight in front of the kids. If my wife and I have a disagreement, we don't do it in front of our 2 children, and only one of them knows how to talk. I feel like they're kind of fighting in front of the kids, and we're the kids. That's just, which, I mean, okay, that's cool. I get like very transparent, but I don't think it's a good idea. That's what DM said. DM said that? Yeah, well, what you guys didn't know was while I was interviewing EHG, I also had DM stream up on my cell phone. So I stole it from him.
And
good analogy,
some big
DM.
Slow monsters, some small monsters, and that distribution isn't quite right in a lot of zones. And so that's why I asked, because I would say some zones have a nice here are the slow monsters, and here are the fast monsters, and it's kind of cool. You get this like up and down pacing, and it can feel kind of fun, where sometimes you're on edge and sometimes you're just obliterating things. And then you get the ones where you're like, holy, I've just been zoned 3 zones in a row where I'm just on edge, getting swarmed, like absolutely, and that creates this extreme negative feeling of like I can't do the things that my skills want me to do, and that is bad, and that I definitely want to fix that, and I want to fix that imminently. Like I'm going to immediately get onto doing that. So there is a huge range.
Oh, imminently. That is not what was just said a sec. I don't know, boys. Don't say massive W. Don't say massive W yet.
A spectrum of players that want different things here.
Yeah.
And I want to at least address that thing because I know that's just bad. Like I think that's bad for everyone. I don't think that's bad for some people. I think that's bad for I mean everyone. It's for a huge majority. So we can start there for sure.
But to be clear though, like we still do need to have some monsters that are faster than player. It can't be that none are. And like things like the wolves in this in the second area, like if we didn't have that, then
wolves,
I think
not
that
the
you
werewolves.
wouldn't even like once again you wouldn't get the feeling of like you would immediately out of the gate have the game as just trivial. And like I think that really would hurt the game a lot. Like I think that would be a big problem. So it's really just a question of like if there are parts that are frustrating, we'll address them. But like it isn't the case that just everything needs to be slower. It really would hurt.
So I think
there's another thing you.
I was just gonna say, I think there's almost like 2 different player bases where there are a lot of people that just want to blast and maybe have challenging bosses, and then there are people that want like the entire gameplay, every second to second moment to be like very engaging. So it's I guess like
I don't know that I don't know that I agree with that either, because I don't think it's so binary as you say. Like there is a middle ground that will work. Like I'm almost certain that there is, and the way that you get there is by just looking at the individual cases and just fixing every one of them until like the rough edges are all sawed off, sanded off, and then and then it kind of works. And like you'll get to a point where like you just don't get frustrating experiences anymore because we've managed to sort of fix all of those cases, and that point won't be in a situation where just everything is slow. Like we really will still have a level of engagement there.
I guess the problem with everything being so fast, and part of why I pointed out like everything almost, is because it's such a heavy focus on combo gameplay right now, but it feels like the speed of the monster.
But you can't combo. You can't combo. Here, I don't think Jonathan's right. I don't think you can please both sets of players, unfortunately. However, I think you can make an experience that the people who really enjoy the expected ARPG gameplay experience, like PoE 1 or Diablo 4 or Last Epoch, could also enjoy this as a different type of game. It would be just a different type of game. The problem is you can't combo together. Like I'm on my Lightning Amazon and I'm just chucking my spears now, and then on rares I use Primal Strikes. I can't use Glacial Lance. There's no point. By the time I use Glacial Lance, the monsters are on top of me and killing me.
Monsters are heavily incentivizing like one button builds. Like as soon as I could, I was like, the less I can do, the better everything will feel, just because I don't have time to set up combos. We're getting completely overwhelmed. That's why I pointed out everything as a bit of an issue.
Well, it isn't necessarily the case that you have to use a combo on every monster. Like if you've got stuff that's fast, you don't use combos on that.
Okay, he's right. He's right there, in my opinion. It seems like Ziz doesn't think he's right. You don't have to use a combo on every monster. Yeah.
And because it's disrupting you. But then also it is also important that that monsters do disrupt your combos, because otherwise your gameplay just degenerates into doing like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Like the monsters have to be able, like there has to be situations where your plans are disrupted in order to like.
Yeah, we want the monsters to fight back while they're alive. My preference is that the monsters use their cool abilities, not necessarily that they swarm us so fast and just auto attack us to death. Like I like all the different monster abilities, right? I don't want to die from an undeath effect. I want to die from the monster using something ridiculous and annihilating me,
Have a situation where you can respond to things. Like you actually get some counterplay on stuff like that. And so the monster designs have to reflect that on some level. But like it's always an amount, right? Like there's an amount of that you need, and there's probably too much of that going on. But you still need an amount of that, or it just becomes all flat.
We've we've been talking about look, the last few days we've been talking about some pretty extreme considerations and things, and talking about the monster life is the main thing, which you could argue is player damage, right? They're obviously
monster life is the easiest way. If everything is too weak, then monster life is the way to solve it.
Oh yeah, if there's a few outliers of builds that are find the tricks to do good, then yes, it is. I bring all players up or bring all monsters down. They're the same thing. And we have been talking about a lot of this, and actually going what would we be willing to do here? How would we be willing to change it? What are we willing to test? What are we willing to try? And there's heaps of things on the cards here. Kind of honestly, everything's kind of been on the cards, as long as we don't feel at the end of the day that we've taken the teeth out of the game in terms of difficulty. That is what's important to us, is making the game still have a feeling of hard being difficult. And I would say out more than just bosses. It shouldn't just be that the bosses are the only thing that's difficult.
Sure.
And we certainly don't want it to devolve into what I would argue is I know this is way further away, but again, we're talking about changing. It could be changing anything here. The one thing I also worry about is getting to the thing where I would argue a lot of the difficulty in PoE 1 outside of a lot of the boss fights is just you occasionally just instantaneously die to something, and you're I don't even know what I died to. And a lot of that is where you get it isn't necessarily from monsters being too hard, and it is often from just spam and too much stuff going on, combined with daemons and volatiles and all of that. So making sure we avoid that as well. But it does mean in the sense that then you kind of get that okay, you have to have it be that you're engaging with the monsters for it to be difficult. Which kind of means monsters do need to actually pose a threat, and you need to be able to see what they're doing and react to what they're doing. Now, I wouldn't say that's universally perfect, but that's an argument for not wanting to get it to the point where it's too much of that, just well, I guess that's an argument for de-swarming things, as you said, which I agree with, by the way. That is an important thing, because it is kind of getting towards that, and that contributes towards where things are slow and stuff. But I wouldn't personally argue that every zone feels swarmy. I think there's a swarmy argument I 100% want to focus on solving first, and then there's certain things are fast and certain things are slow, and maybe there's that. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure where I was going with that, but I just want to, I guess it's more just giving my sense of where I want to make sure we don't end up is in that place, just to make sure, and we want to be real careful about not getting to that point. So I would actually say we're probably a bit too far there in a lot of the areas, but I don't think it is a universal problem right now.
I think also, especially, even though warrior is, or May skills are particularly...
I don't feel like Jonathan and Mark agree at all. This is crazy, guys. This is crazy. I don't think people understand how unbelievably crazy this is, in my opinion. I mean, and I also understand PoE 2 is in early access, but how can everything be on the table? I mean, you're designing a game. You need to know what the, that's good and it's bad, right? It's good. It means if something's bad, it can be changed, but it's also bad because it doesn't sound like there's something cohesive there. I don't know. Ooh. No. What do you mean, dude? Who cares? These two are the two leaders of PoE 2. You are in here watching a stream, reacting to another stream about Path of Exile 2. I care about the two leaders and what they think about the game. I am invested in the game. I like the game. I want it to do well. Of course I care about what they think.
Really strong now due to being able to use a shield, but it can feel very bad that every damage node has a downside, whereas isn't really the case for the other builds, where with maces it's you get 40% increased damage but 5% reduced attack speed, and reduced attack speed, especially with all these combos, can feel particularly bad compared to
Jerry, I know they're two different people with two different opinions. Are you trolling me? They're making a game. They're the leaders on the game. They have to have a direction for. Oh, I gotta stop falling for the trolls. I'm falling for the trolls.
Others. I would say like maces are kind of good right now, but a lot of that is a shield.
I actually do think there is a bit too much of the. I actually like a little bit of like he may be a cluster or two having the kind of upside downside, but it's honestly something we've aside. Obviously keystones have upside downside, but yes, there's true that probably there's kind of too many passives, especially in the warrior section, that are a little bit too giving downsides. Where it was something honestly that's a bit experimental to PoE 2. Like we didn't have that in PoE 1, and we were like, let's give it a go, and maybe we went a little bit overboard with it in that part of the tree. But I don't hate it as a concept. I think it's just that it's a little bit too saturated there. I will agree with you there 100%. I would say, as people hopefully would know, we're going to iterate on that passive tree a million times. So it'll find its sweet spot for sure. And it's definitely not there yet.
I do think it's important though that like keystones can be felt. And so,
well, we're not talking keystone.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say keystone. I said notables can be felt. And so part of the reason for the upside downside thing is that like it lets you do a larger damage bonus because it's got the downside, and therefore you're going to really feel that damage bonus.
No, they are good. I think it's the frequency of them in that part of the tree.
But I'm saying that you can find another way maybe to do that. But it's like I do think that like having that feeling of like I really felt that node is something that we like. That is a thing that you do get, and that
that is important in our passive tree philosophy. Yes, is that the before and after of taking a notable, especially the first. Obviously, nodes become less valuable as you get higher level because they're just saturating into a bunch of diminishing return. Well, not diminishing returns, but more like the 500 to 520% increase is going to matter less than the 0 to 20 and whatnot, but. Especially for the first chunk of the game, we want it to be that every notable is felt. Like I definitely now can feel the difference. And I would say, a lot don't hit that mark. Some do, some don't. But we've been trying new things there. So,
bit
of a pivot.
Yeah. So the next question, I want to talk a little bit about the fact that you have only done like the crazy large changes between seasons. And you talked a little bit about that. You felt.
Oh my gosh, this is the question. Yeah, I love the game too, you guys. I understand what all three of them are saying, and I agree with all three of them at different times. That does not make me a fence sitter. I swear that just makes me a reasonable person. Oh, here's the question about constant changes. He's asking all the good questions. Ziz is asking good questions. It's just like the dynamic is very tense. I mean, I have not seen people smiling a single time. It's rough. I feel like you gotta try to insert some levity, even if it's a shit situation, which it is.
Forced to treat the game like it was released. Are you still happy with doing only large balance changes between patches, or is that something you would maybe revisit with something like every 2 weeks, especially with like a warning period, like changes are coming in 4 days?
It's hard. I don't think that you can just nerf people in the middle of a league no matter what. Like we get highly punished for that. Look, I mean, people are going to be unhappy about nerfs whenever we do them, as as we can see. But like it is actually strictly worse if you get nerfed while you're playing the game. Now we're in a position now where because things like are probably possibly undertuned, that we can just do mid-league buffs, and so that means you'll see way more patch changes happening now because like it's okay to do major buffs during the middle of a league,
which we
just can't do. Which we're doing now.
I generated a relatively large list yesterday, which I know we have that whole philosophical discussion earlier about player power. Well, like there are many builds, many skills that are underneath because obviously otherwise I wouldn't be have spent a good chunk of the day going through and assessing what needs to be increased, right? So like I don't want it to take as like I don't want people to take away from that as being like no, we're happy with the current balance. Like obviously not. We're still going to make changes. We're still going through everything and we'll get to that sweet spot for sure. But like
I mean, it's going to end up feeling like a season of buffs this time, and the reason why it'll feel that way is because like the medicine has gone down now. Now we can start on all of the actual like all of the positive buff parts, and so it's like like last season we just weren't even in a situation where we could even do that, right? Because it's like you already had
We
Just like,
we
you know.
genuinely tried to. We genuinely tried to. We had this plan of like bring all the top end outliers down and then make sure everything is feeling good in the middle. And we started with the bringing outliers down. And then all of a sudden, and this is why the patch notes were so late, we were like, oh no, like we're like running out of time here. Like we thought we could get through more of the balance and start bringing more things up. We didn't get to do all that we had hoped to do. But like by that point, it's kind of too late. And so like we're going in, and then now our idea here is like, we thought we were, like literally up until the last minute, we're like, okay, we're gonna keep going. Right, let's start buffing. Let's look at weak things. And like, it just ended up being too time consuming. And so the answer here is now though, it's like, well, let's just keep going. And so obviously the first few days is really like looking at all the player feedback and going, what are the biggest problems, right? And this is where you get the Act 3 changes, you get the minion builds, you get the big things. And we are trying to address all of that. And I understand just game-wide balance is a big thing. But now it's just going to be like, all right, this skill. Like, let's go. Let's, what are we changing? Going through literally every single one on every single skill tree and every single reservation. And then we're going to go, okay, well, you've still got Blood Mage and Acolyte of Chiola sitting there at 0%, 0.1% played. Okay, well, clearly not doing well enough. Let's target that and just go on and just keep, we're just going to keep iterating through until we can get as far as we can. And maybe we catch everything, maybe we don't, but like the intention is to not stop just because the release day happened. Like we had a goal, we didn't achieve that goal, and so we just need to keep going.
And do you have?
I mean, that's a sad but very true and honest answer from Mark. And yeah, cool.
Like a rough idea, like you were saying you were working on a lot of things to be buffed. Do you have a rough idea on how early we could be seeing those already?
Well, we'll be seeing them continuously. Like okay, so this was a 2
days.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like this was a funny
that's
thing
what I wanted.
because okay, like so like one of the things I think that was majorly misinterpreted, that things we're working on post, was like this was the things we were working on that day. Like literally that was that day's worth of work that we were talking about. And then the next day it's like, well, now we're doing this Act 3 stuff. And like today we'll be doing a bunch of other stuff. And like, you know what I'm saying? It's like every day we're going to be like continuing to iterate and do stuff. It's like,
That's
so
good.
the idea that someone's like, oh, they're not even acknowledging this thing. It's like, well, come on. We've literally had like, that was one work day.
Yeah.
You know, like there's more stuff coming, right? Like,
Which
you know,
we need to be more clear about.
Sure.
We'll try to be more
Right.
more specific about that. But yes,
I mean,
like,
the one that I found the most funnier with that is it's like, I'm like, okay, we're going to look into all this Act 3 stuff, but in the meantime, we'll just add some checkpoints. And it's like, the reason I put that in there is because like, that's literally a thing we already noticed was bad. And it's like, it's not like hurting anyone to add some more. So it's like the idea that we're like,
I hate checkpoints. There, I said it. Checkpoints suck. I don't want to have to go on the map and navigate them in a game like PoE. I didn't like it in Diablo 4, and I don't like it in PoE 2. Boo checkpoints.
oh, we're just going to solve the whole thing by adding checkpoints was like ridiculous. Like, obviously that wasn't the case. It was just like, here's just the thing that I can just tell someone, hey, go do this while I'm looking at this, you know, and like, and so they did that, and so then that'll go in the next version. But you know, like it's like, then it's like the next like 4 hours after that, I'm like sitting there going through areas and trying to work out what's, you know, like what needs to improve about them.
Yeah, so checkpoints is kind of something I want to talk about with the large zones and stuff.
Oh,
And
boy.
You made a post yesterday talking about that
sorry.
several Act 3 zones would be reduced in size.
Mm-hmm.
But as a core idea, is Path of Exile 2 being aimed more at like doing one long playthrough and finishing up one character rather than do like 5 to 10 characters and the people that are playing thousands of hours per year?
I mean, I don't. That's once again, it's not like I'm not targeting one or the other. Like your second. I mean, like if you're doing multiple playthroughs, the game is a lot faster just due to the like items and stuff that you have. Like that is definitely the case. You know, like
a big thing that's missing.
Like, making multiple characters in a league is certainly something that I expect and want you to be able to do.
Well, a big thing that's missing comparatively to PoE 1 is our ability to speed ourselves up, right, on our second characters. In PoE 1, you have things like 7 League Step and stuff like that, and at least so far, we don't have that many alternatives for that, and our movement abilities are completely different. No Quicksilver, so even though like we can kill the bosses faster, but since the zones are so large, we can't get like the same amount of speed on our second and third character onwards that we would be expecting in PoE 1.
Well, is the zone largeness issue like like I mean, Act 3 was the one I would say that was like pretty obvious as far as like things like that go. But if it comes to other zones, it's just a question of what are those zones and which are the issues. And like also the other thing is that like generally speaking, like once you know how the zone works, there are ways then to like to know what you're looking for and sort of how to go places and what to do. So to the extent that isn't the case, that's why like when we're looking at that's why when we're looking at Act 3, it's not just make this zone smaller. It's like what's actually the reason why a player who is experienced is not able to find the thing that they're looking for, right? And that's where we come to like, oh, there's this whole area over here that you could just walk down and you have no idea whether or not that's important or not. And so then you end up doing that and it just wastes a bunch of your time. But like the intention is to make it so that like if you know what you're doing, then you know where to go and like you don't have a problem with that. So like that's why a lot of the changes in Act 3 are just like, okay, yeah, like you randomly get bad luck, and then the Chimera wetland has the stupid Y fork thing in it, and like takes ages to go one way or the other. It's like you get rid of all of that stuff, and then the zones won't feel so large because like you'll know where you're going and you'll know how to get, it kind of works out that way.
But I do know the layouts though, and they are very large even with knowing the layouts, just because our movement speed is like relatively slow. Like even like Matland waterways, before they're getting reworked, hopefully the rework makes them a lot slower, but I know exactly where I'm going. I'm not like backtracking into the wrong area, making it longer. It is just a lot of these zones are very long.
Like I understand that area is a challenging one, and it's hard for us to actually fix like trivially because just the way that the level generation works there's not an easy like it's not like okay, like other areas we can change the layouts very easily because like of the way that our generation works, but that area has a very fixed type of layout, and so it's going to take more effort, which is why it was on the list, because I didn't have an immediate like thing I could do that day to sort that one out. But like I understand that that's an area of concern for people, but like once again, it's like that's a specific area, and I wouldn't say that like that the issues that area has would apply to the whole game. Like that's just an area, a specific problem for that particular area.
Is speeding the player up an option? Like, is that something you'd be willing to consider?
Well, it sort of depends on how it was done. Like we've discussed some things in that area like before. I'm not necessarily against that, but it would have to be done in a way that didn't compromise the combat and compromise like the like it shouldn't be the case that you, because this is the issue with this, right? Is that speeding up the player is if you speed up the player to the point where they're once again faster, then always faster than the monsters, then you get back to the like combat doesn't work anymore, like
for the Calgar
kind of like situation again.
Jesus.
So like we have.
Goodness gracious! Don't do that to me. Thank you, Rox 1811 for the Prime. Oh, I don't know if you guys saw me flinch, but no, thank you, dude. Oh my. This I'm sorry. Even if the content's good, I don't think this is it, guys. This pains me to watch. No, don't take it back. This pains me to watch. Oh my God. They're still talking?
We would have to find a way to do that wasn't going to like break that as well. So there might be something we can do there, and we've kind of been discussing that. Because I'm not exactly wanting to subject people to like running when they're not doing anything, right? But it's just a question of finding a way to do that that's not gonna.
It's hard to say anything.
I'm not gonna lie. I guess I can watch the whole thing. I'll watch the whole thing. I just got no tie for me tonight. I'm gonna make barbecue chicken after this, guys. All right, we're gonna have some BBQ chicken. No, it's okay. I'm gonna watch. Because I'm gonna watch it eventually. So might as well watch it now. I'm just gonna not pause as much anymore, guys.
Specific, because like there's a little bit of like the moment we say a specific solution, people might hold us accountable to that in a degree, and
like we haven't tried it yet, so we can't.
We have been talking about it. We do have some options we want to try. We just don't want to talk about them before we try them.
Right.
But like, yes, I agree. Now you mentioned one other thing there, just because I don't want to gloss over things too much, which is you mentioned the Twink unique problem.
Yeah.
Which is 7 league steps. there are many more items in PoE 1 that you can use to streamline the efficiency on reroll. That is still very deficient, yes. It will come in time, I assure you. It's just a matter of, we did higher level uniques this time. Obviously, they're not going to have low level item requirements. Maybe next time there's a more even split. I don't know. We just need to keep going with the uniques, and we'll eventually get there. We do have some designs that achieve specifically the low level high movement speed boots. We do have that as a thing that I definitely already have designed. I think it's just waiting on the art, and then it's going to go in. But yeah, there's going to be a lot more.
Durgog's video today was incredible. Yeah, totally right, ZJKQ.
More of those coming over time as well. Like, that will solve itself in due time for sure. And
But is there, like, the question is, okay, so is for damage, the twinking situation is not bad right now, right?
it's
Like,
not
for
as bad.
damage.
It's not as
I just don't think they should have done this. I just don't think they should have done it. Like, that's it. I just don't think they should have done it. It's straight up. It's straight up, you guys. I don't think it was a good idea. With me, with Ziz, with anybody else, I just don't think it's a good idea right now. Maybe that's a horrible take from me, but I just don't think it was a good idea.
as
not-
bad.
it's not
Again,
that
you
bad.
can kill stuff
It's
fast.
it's the movement speed specifically that we're
And the
talking
fact that
about
we
here.
don't have movement abilities, like, in the same way. Like, there's only so much speed you get with shield charge. Like, if I'm doing like a third or fourth character, I can definitely get enough damage, right? It's rough on my first character,
But you
but
don't
at least
have to use movement abilities as the solution to this, and I would prefer that that wasn't the solution, because then you end up with a kind of like pretty lame sort of gameplay thing going on. Like, there's going to be a better way to improve that without having a movement ability
As
as a
said,
solution.
we have some
Yeah,
things
yeah.
on the cards.
Yeah, yeah.
We just need to test them out and try them and be able to actually have a good argument as to why they why they are good, and we convince ourselves,
right.
damn, we should have done this before,
Right.
or they're bad, and we're like, here's why they're bad, and we can explain what we tried and why it's bad. But yeah, again, we're always a bit on discussing what those will be, because yes, again, they're being held accountable. People get their hopes up for it, and then we have to say it doesn't work. So like, there's a little bit of like, let us just try these things, and then we'll see what we come up with, and we'll tell people the moment that we have it. But again, it's not a piece of it certainly is something that's come up, and will come up every single repeat of the league, and so it's not like off our radar by any means.
Okay, that's good. So obviously a bit of a different question, but on console, debuffs have the option to be at the bottom of the screen. Could that be a toggleable option for PC? Just can be rough to like
I'll look
move
into
your
that.
eyes.
It wasn't on my radar. We might be able to do something.
We
like that.
have a full buff UI rework going on at some point soon. It was planned for earlier, where like, you know, so this can be part of the consideration, I guess.
Yeah,
But yeah, our UX guy's currently working on. Has it on top 5 of his list, kind of thing, of things that we're going to just do to improve the system.
That wasn't to do with moving them, but we can add that to the list of things that we might want
I mean,
to
it's
do.
the
If people-
whole
if people like it, we
they
do
can
it.
go behind the boss's life bars and you know, all that problem, and hopefully if it's good enough as well, we can port that to PoE 1, because it's a more egregious problem there for sure.
Yeah. The next question is about in PoE 1 we have a lot of player agency over how we solve early problems. Like the skill tree has a lot of temporary fixes for a build early on, where if your gear isn't up to scratch, you can get 30 to like strength dex int, you can get leech, you can get resists, even like specific ones like fire, cold, lightning, etc. You can get very easy access to fixing mana and stuff like that.
I think ZJKQ, you're 75% of my thoughts, bro.
A lot of things that are like temporary fixes that you later on fix with gear. And the crafting bench also helps a lot more with that in PoE 1. And I know runes are meant to be the solution here.
Oh my god. Oh my god, no. Oh my god, we just talked about this last week, didn't we, guys? Oh, no. Oh, I can't. Not again, not the crafting bench. Oh god.
But we don't really get enough sockets early on. We don't get enough gear early on. And we then don't have any way at all to really fix this.
So why is it that you're not getting enough sockets early on?
Well, that they're just not dropping. Even if you're checking the vendor, like I'm checking the vendor every time I level up. I'm disenchanting everything. I still don't get enough because the game is very difficult right now. So you try to keep getting gear upgrades. there is not enough loot. There is a lot of people complaining about not enough
I
drops.
I don't get the same experience of not getting enough socketables personally. Like, I would say that probably 80% of the gear I'd be wearing pretty much through the whole campaign would have sockets like in there. So like if that's the case, then like there must be something I'm not understanding about like why that people feeling that way, because that's just like a totally different experience than what I see when I'm playing myself.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
I would love to.
the intention.
Sorry, go on.
The intention is that you use socketables to fix those problems, and it is fundamentally identical to the crafting bench as far as the resultant like ability to fix issues on your character. Like there's nothing about the crafting bench that really changes anything that way, other than it's being less intuitive to use for new players.
Well, it is a lot
really it's just to
stronger.
make...
Well, there's the power. Yeah, there is the power.
Well, okay, so sure, there's the
yes.
power, but like, I mean, that's a different question again, right? Like, if you're talking about fixing problems, then that just comes down to the values on the mods, and like what those should be.
Which aren't
But-
necessarily right.
Right, but the thing is that it's supposed to be that you're getting enough sockets to be able to do that. And I mean, I don't buy stuff from the vendors. It's just as a qualifying thing that I don't buy socketables from the vendors and do that thing. I know people do that. That's not a thing that I'm doing. I mean, I might do it like if I've got like like a stack of 9 shards.
Okay, bros. You know, I love Jonathan and Mark. I love Ziz. I love Jonathan. Come on. No way. No way. I'm calling bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on this socketable thing. No. No, Especially if you upgrade your gear, you definitely do not have Artificer's Orbs to plug into your gear. Oh, they address it. Okay, I'll shut up. Okay.
And I'm like, okay, I want a socket right now. I might like do that, but generally speaking, that's not what I'm doing. So like, there's clearly some disconnect here, as far as like what the amount of loot that you're getting versus what I'm seeing, I suppose.
At last.
Hi, Ken Cobb 918. Thanks for 4 months at tier 1.
I guess I just need to understand why. Like, why does it feel so different for
It
different
might be
people?
it might have a relatively high swinginess or something that we need to find a way, like adding more. Like I know something that was suggested was adding more Artificer's Orbs to fixed quest rewards through the game to minimize the RNG outcome.
Right.
Because we added those quite late. We didn't end up putting them in
It's true.
the.
So that's something that we could definitely do, which would mean you just get more of them during campaign, and I'd be totally open to that. Like, that's totally reasonable.
A second thing I'd like to do soon is explore. I mean, sort of unrelated, but is that
That would be a good
casters
change.
don't have their weapon crafting bench,
And we do need to.
and
We
so
do
we
need.
want to
We
add
do need to
sockets to
fix.
caster
We have to add
weapons.
sockets to caster weapons. That needs to come as well.
Oh, that's cool. That's good.
Now there is
W?
one slight concern that I have seen echoed in a decent bit of feedback, which is that the runes are, which is mitigated with more Artificer's Orbs for sure, but the runes are creating a bit of a sense of making it like the thing that the PoE1 sockets created, which is like replacing items becoming slightly harder.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of just making sure we're careful about that as well. But being able to have more Artificer's Orbs and thus socket more gear will mitigate that. So
I said this when I talked to Jonathan. I said this in my interview on December 3rd or whenever I had that interview. I said, aren't the sockets kind of just the gems from PoE1? Won't it be too difficult to like constantly, you won't want to upgrade because you won't have the socket on the new gear. And I was like, no, it's totally fine. Mark is totally right.
So that when you get your upgrade, you're able to add a socket to it.
But I would say that it's definitely the hard-coded drops that would be the thing that, because if it's not happening to everyone, then it is a thing that will that would better off.
This is happening
But
to
yeah,
me.
the caster weapons getting rune sockets and obviously runes for them, and adding more deterministic Artificer's Orbs to the campaign is certainly two things on my immediate radar to help at least mitigate some of this. I might do a quick review on the power pass of the runes as well. I just don't want them to be too much about giving damage, but it might be a lot of the more utility and defensive ones are just on the weak side, and those can certainly come up immediately.
Well, the problem that you have once again is that, like, so I sort of mentioned this earlier, but if the tools that you have are too powerful, then the people who know to use them
Yeah.
are benefited to a larger degree compared to the people who don't. And what you're doing there is then you end up in a situation where content will, be like it's just a new player goes into this and it's like, well, I didn't know about this, and then like you get screwed over. And so like things like even nodes on the passive tree can be this way, where it's like, okay, well, you had to know to pick this, and if you didn't know to do that, then you're screwed, right? Like that's the kind of thing that's like a bit of a problem. And so that we just have to be really careful about that. And like that's actually one of the reasons, by the way, why lesser runes exist, because if you knew to put a lightning damage rune in your weapon, then you would just like completely like ridiculous compared to anyone who didn't know that. And so it's like you've got like, it shouldn't be that just a single, like there's a tool like that which you just with knowledge alone, it's like you're completely like you're completely overpowered compared to other people. So you just have to be like, we just have to be really careful with that stuff.
Well,
it's important. It's also
Oh no, you go on.
it's just important to make sure that the solutions are very front facing, because that passive tree stuff, in PoE 1, sure, I agreed, and it seems obvious to a bunch of people, but then also there's two problems going on there in the PoE 1, which is it adds to a sense of complexity, because it's like, here are the things you must know before you start playing to have a good time, and I know that's one small piece of that puzzle or that problem. And the second thing is, looking at PoE 1 from that crafting bench, is that the crafting bench is in your hideout and not in any town, which I agree is a downside. Ideally, it would be more in your face. And so, like, a lot of people just forget to use it and forget that it exists. And that is a thing where, like, again, if you know, and you have a good time, and if you don't know, and you like suffering. So whatever the solutions end up being, we definitely need to make sure are like very front-facing, in your face, and are like, here's clearly the very intuitive way to solve these problems. So that's just an important piece of like philosophy we need to make sure we maintain.
A lot of that can be solved through quests though, right? You can have an NPC early giving one of those like runes and even telling you like, hey, chuck this in your weapon for more damage if you're using a bow.
Surely if the runes are there to solve problems, then ideally we're not telling you exactly which one to use, right? Because it should be dependent on what your problem is. But we do need to make sure that people have got enough artificers orb to make sure they can do that. That's the main thing that I would say.
Yeah, but you were talking about the problem that you're rewarded for knowledge, which I don't think necessarily is a bad thing. I think that is a good thing.
No, you 100% should be rewarded for knowledge. The question is, was the degree of the reward? Because if it is as high as like the point where, just knowing this makes like doubles your DPS, then like that means that, like the way it means that the balance has to be like surely like monsters would have to be harder if that was the case. And so it's like, I don't think that can be something that like we don't want to have to make the monsters harder. So therefore, like we have to just be a little bit careful about that.
There's a fine line there for sure. Right. But there's some improvements around here to be made, and there's some good takeaways from that anyway, right? Like when the determinism for sure. And I think it's also a matter of like, okay, I think there is a guaranteed rune from Ogham Village. Maybe that's too late. We should be doing that like earlier or having more of them. Again, more of that deterministic outcomes, but also maybe knowing that you're going to get that in advance would be helpful. I don't think we quite have that displayed. So it's like some of those like the world map icons where you go and get a specific reward it's not necessarily explaining to the user what they're going to get. And so they might just be like, it's just another one of those. I don't need another tier 4 skill gem, but they don't, that's because maybe they think it's that. So yeah, bit of information improvements and a bit of just like some power adjustments, some more determinism, especially with Artificer's Orbs. I actually 100% agree with that. I think if we hadn't have added that system so late into the development, we would have actually put that more throughout 100% anyway, so we should just do it now. But yeah, well,
Well,
100% some improvements there.
Another thing I'm curious about then, I asked about the skill tree. Do you feel like the skill tree gives a good or does a good enough job of doing temporary solutions right now that you can later out gear, or like is that something you'd be open to looking at?
Well, our core philosophy there was that the gear should give you base stats and the tree should multiply them, which makes the tree implicitly worse at then solving the problem. So the intention there is that now whether or not
All right, you guys. I'm gonna end the stream. People are being really toxic. I don't think it's productive. People are attacking Jonathan. People are attacking Zizarin. People are attacking Mark. We're ending the stream, dudes. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it. I'll link you where we are currently in the interview if you'd like to watch it for yourself. I'm sure there are some other people who are currently watching it as well, but it's just getting a little bit too ridiculous, you guys. So I mean, I turned chat off. I'm not reading chat. I'm just saying. Here, that's the live link, you guys. I believe I shared. Oh, it's 136.57. Okay, you guys. Everybody's just 136.57 in the live link. Everybody's just attacking each other. It's not about me reading the chat. It's people just being very toxic. So there you go. That is the time backward where we are in the interview. Thank you all so much for watching the Last Epoch interview. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Is anybody watching the Zizarin thing? Let's see. Here, Aaron's watching it. Here. I'm it's Silver's watch. No. Who should I raid? You guys gotta behave. I guess I'll raid Silver. Please behave. How far is Aaron into the interview? Because it looks like Silver just started. Aaron's where we were. There you go. There's Aaron. I'm so soft? No, I'm not soft. I don't enjoy people talking, making fun of Mark, Jonathan, Zizarin, and just bitching at each other. I'm not soft. People calling me soft on the internet are absolutely ridiculous. I have a real job. I have a family. I do a ton of shit. People are saying, oh, you're not soft, or you're so soft. You're not hard. I'm on the internet being hard. Jesus Christ, you guys. Gosh, see ya. Have a good one. Talk to you later, exiles and travelers. Thanks for watching.